Good morning, Economic Standing Policy Committee, and welcome to Tuesday, October 18th, and this day of discussion regarding our upcoming budget. We'll start off with a roll call. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Carlson.
Present.
Councillor Croson. Councillor Croson is muted, but she's there. Councillor Dodick.
Present.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Present.
Councillor Palladino.
Present.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempo.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Here.
Mayor Higgin.
Present.
All members of the committee are present and quorum is established.
Awesome. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. I have a resolution from Councillor Middleton Hope. Be it resolved that the agenda of the Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting on October 18th, 2022 be adopted as amended. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Yes, to the City Clerk, any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes that have been forwarded.
You? Then I will call a question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries. And I have a resolution from Councillor Campbell. Be it resolved that the minutes of the Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting held on September 26th and 28th, 2022 be approved and the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. Councillor Campbell.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries. Next, we'll move on into presentations, and through the City Manager, I'll turn that time over to Mr. Matthews, City Treasurer, regarding Budget 101.
Thank you, members of Economic Standing Policy Committee. I'm just going to wait for the slides to get up on the screen. Perfect, thank you. So once again, thank you, members of Economic Policy Committee. Having me here today, we're going to provide you with an orientation of the budget process for the 2023 operating budget for the City of Lethbridge, including the Budget 101 and starting. So next slide, please. And one more slide. So why does the city create an operating budget? The MJA requires that every municipality adopt an annual operating and capital budget or a single annual budget that incorporates both operating and capital items. Municipalities are required to have written 3-year financial operating and a 5-year capital plans in addition to the annual budget. Next slide. The City of Lethbridge has 2 separate budgets being operating and capital budgets to meet these requirements. In regards to the operating budget, we are currently in the 2019 to 2022 operating budget cycle, and later this morning, we'll be presenting the draft 23 to 26 operating budget book as part of the 23 to 26 operating budget process. The city practices a multi-year budgeting, which means that every 4 years, City Council deliberates and approves a new 4-year operating budget. However, in 2020, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, City Council undertook a review of the 21 to 22 operating budget in support of recovery strategy and to reduce the municipal portion of the tax increase to 0% for those 2 years. The operating budget the city prepares is the other operating budget the city prepares, I should say, is the capital budget. The City Council approved the 22 to 2031 capital improvement program in June of 2021. This typically is a 4-year approval with a 10-year plan. However, in July of 2022, City Council approved the 26-year to align the capital and operating budgets, which I'll discuss later. Next slide. Next, I will describe how budgeting is linked to various planning and strategic documents. As you can see, there are many strategic planning documents that exist within the City of Lethbridge, and there is a financial connection, either capital or operating, to all of these documents. A planning document that I'd like to highlight is the City Council Action Plan, which identifies Council's strategic goals and priorities. Given the financial component to the various planning documents, which are all for periods of time greater than 1 year, budgeting over multi-years assists with planning and coordination between them. Next slide. So moving on the alignment of operating capital budgets, I just previously mentioned some of the alignment that has occurred, including the CIP. So back in May of 2021, City Council had instructed the City Manager at that time to review and streamline the operating budget and capital budget processes to reduce the complexity and cost of assembling and presenting budgets to Council and the Committee. City Council approved on August 24th the new enhanced budget process that will align the 4-year CIP and operating budget cycles. This new process also includes budget reviews by Council on an annual basis. Earlier this year, as I mentioned before, Council has aligned the budget by approving in July the 2026 capital projects for 2022 to 2031. As members of Economic SPCs are aware, in 2022 we are working on preparing the 23 to 26 operating budget, which we'll table this morning. This will set the stage for the full implementation and deliberation of 4-year operating and 4-year CIPs in the same year in 2026. Next slide. Now that the CIP and operating budgets are aligned, there are opportunities to start annual reviews of the budget with the councils for years 2, 3, and 4 of the operating budget cycle. This annual review process is proposed to start next year in 2023. These annual capital and operating budget reviews will be scheduled within the economic SPCs and council calendars. This would allow council to have an opportunity to review budgets for achievements to council's goals, as well as make adjustments to budgets for current issues in the community. On the slides, you can see some of the examples that can be considered in both the operating budget reviews and as the capital budget reviews during those periods. So next slide. So now just getting into a little bit about the operating and capital budgets and the total budgets. The graph in front of us here demonstrates the breakdown between 2 types of budgets. The operating budget includes the costs for services such as police, fire, electric, and streets. These are the day-to-day operations provided to city and the community. The capital budget consists of construction projects and includes costs of roads, recreation facilities, new parks and buildings, etc. Next slide. So today's presentation will focus on the operating budget. Just for context, the operating budget for 2022 was approximately $433 million. Next slide. The operating budget is broken down into 2 types of funds, the general fund and the utility fund. The general fund is also known as tax-supported departments and includes, once again, the police, fire, and so forth. The general fund is funded by property taxes, user fees, operating grants, and other general revenues. The utility fund includes all of the utilities such as electric, water, wastewater, waste recycling, and are funded from utility rates. City Council received the 2023 to 2026 draft operating budget presentations as well as first reading of the bylaws on September 27th. Next slide. So now I'm going to walk through and give a little bit of a background of when you're hearing later today, budget pressures, what's in the base budget, some of the different terminology that we'll use throughout the budget process. So we'll go to the next slide. So first, starting with what is the base budget? Base budget is the budget required to maintain the current level of service. The base budget starting point for the 23 to 26 operating budget is the 2022 programs or service levels after the budget was reduced during the 21 to 22 operational budget review. So next slide. What are budget pressures? Budget pressures are significant pressures faced by the department to run their current level of service in the upcoming budget that have been added to the base budget. The slide provides examples of different types of budget pressures, including external, growth, and inflation. We'll talk about those later this morning when we get into the 2023 operating budget, as specific examples of those that are impacting our base budget. In addition, operating costs that were approved for the 2022 to 2031 CIP are automatically included in the operating budget as a pressure. Next slide. So what is a budget initiative? Well, budget initiatives are an opportunity to propose potential service enhancements or reductions that have not been previously included in the operating budget. So why are budget initiatives important to City Council? Budget initiatives are one way, in many ways, for Council to link their strategy through the budget process. Over the next 2 days, departments will bring forward new budget initiatives for any changes to service levels. We've already heard from the fee-for-service groups back earlier in September, and boards and commissions and utilities in regards to their actual initiatives. And then, of course, during budget deliberations on November 14th to 18th, there was a number of council initiatives that will also be presented at that time. So once again, once budget initiatives or budget reductions are approved, it becomes part of the base budget for the next operating budget cycle. Next slide. So just giving you a little bit of context around how it looks from a funding perspective, ongoing versus one-time funding. This example on the slide deck right now is the base budget, and gives you a bit of an idea that the base budget, once again, what you can see here in level setting, is that the starting point for 2022 is in this example, is the cost are the same for all, going across all 4 years. Next slide. And there's already an existing ongoing revenue requirement in the base budget for those, once again, from either tax, utility charges, or other sales and goods and services that make up the funding model for those base budget components. Next slide. However, there's also one-time costs funded by one-time allocations. So one-time funding is intended to match one-time revenues with one-time expenditures because there's no ongoing funding requirements. So when we're talking about one-time costs, as you can see on the slide, it bumps up in one single year, it doesn't continue on, and the total funding line does not continue on in the future. There's one-time funding that comes into play. So we move on to next slide. So if an example, and if council chose to use one-time costs funded by taxation, it would actually, if you just hit the slide there, it will actually raise up the taxes or funding inside of that 1 year. So you'd have a differential in that 1 year over others. That's another example that could occur inside of it in the base budget. Next slide. So ongoing costs funded from taxation. In this example, you can see the costs are jumped up equally over the course of the whole budget cycle. Once again, then, if you hit the next slide, you'll see that revenue will actually then come up, an increase in taxation or that budget pressure ongoing within the base budget. And finally, if you go to the last slide here, I just want to skip ahead here. Oh, there we go, yeah. So this one here gives you a couple different examples where it can actually increase the cost of funding from taxation. Can, once again, not be linear. It could be increasing over the time period, and that would also mean that we'd increase taxation each year differently. So the next piece I'd just like to go through is actually talk about some of the key budget principles that the City of Lethbridge has in place. Over the years, the City of Lethbridge has developed efficient and innovative financial programs, which has allowed the city to monitor and control the direction, allocation, and usage of its financial resources. This includes, once again, the base budget being required to maintain current service levels. That's why you see those budget pressures coming forward inside of that. The maintaining of existing infrastructure is very important, so the city has placed a very high priority on maintaining current capital assets or a life cycle. The operating budget provides for maintenance and replacement of the city's capital assets and equipment. And I will also be going over the highlighted city's long-term financial policy in the next few slides here. But first, I would like to congratulate past, present City Council for their foresight and wisdom that enabled the creation and implementation of such innovative financial practices that you'll hear here that going forward. That includes things like the capital improvement program, Pay As You Go, which is in the operating budget book, conservative revenue estimates, and of course, like Use Your Pay. But I will be focusing right now just on the MRSR one-time allocation policy, the council budget contingency amount, and the one-time revenues. Next slide. So one-time allocations. On November 29th, 1993, Finance Committee approved the one-time allocation from the MRSR by being limited to the maximum of 50% of the previous year's operating surplus. What this does is it essentially is that all the corporate variants annually are put into the MRSR. And at the end of the 4-year budget, just like any remaining department rollover results transfer to the MRSR, City Council can then approve, although they can approve whatever desire to. However, the practice in the past based on this is one-time allocations to have 50% has helped ensure reserves remain sustainable. So what happens is all those amounts that have gone in for the surpluses gets tallied, and 50% of those can be used for one time. The balance available for 2023-26 one-time adjustments will be determined during the September operating forecast, and that will be presented to Economic SBC on the first day of budget deliberations. Next slide. So there's also a couple of contingencies that I think are important for council. The corporate budget contingency is a contingency amount that is established in the operating budget to provide for unanticipated expenditures or to set aside funds to cover anticipated expenditures with unknown costs. The funding amount approved through the operating budget, and the city manager approves the use of the corporate contingency and reports it out to the city council in the unaudited report. A contingency amount in the next operating budget will be established in order to provide for those unanticipated future expenditures. Typically, the contingency fund is budgeted at $500,000 in year 2, $1 million in year 3, and $1.5 million in year 4 of the operating budget cycle. And that's what's currently inside the base budget, is those amounts. Council contingency. A contingency amount has been established in the operating budget to provide for unanticipated expenditures. This fund is known as the City Council contingency and the budget of $120,000 per year. Any allocation from these funds are approved by City Council and are usually from one-time allocations. Next slide. Finally, one-time revenues. I just wanted to highlight this here. Past practice from City Council through budget deliberations have been that revenues that are not expected to be ongoing in nature will not be used to fund ongoing expenditures. These revenues will be used to offset current or future one-time. So basically, one-time revenue should be used for one-time expenditures. So the city typically, or our council, has avoided budgetary and accounting procedures which balance the current budget at the expense of future budget cycles. Next slide. So finally, for the budget 101 component, I just wanted to bring up where we're at today. So as you can see on the screen, it's been a long journey throughout the year here for the numerous different updates, but right now we're at the draft budget document and presentation stage. Here in October, we have budget deliberations coming up in November 14th to 18th, with budget approval on November 29th, or anticipated on November 29th. And next slide. If there's, and I'll leave it here if there's any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Matthews. Appreciate that thorough report and discussion. I'll pass it on to Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Matthews, and your department for this work, and thank you how this is presented in the book here. This is our first time to look at it, so I'll have an opportunity to glance over the next few weeks. I don't know if you offered the sheet in here. I haven't finished, but a few times over the last, every time we meet, I ask about staffing levels, regards to how many staff we had, and to when is that going to be provided? So we have kind of like a cheat sheet.
Within the draft operating budget book and for members of SPC, the next presentation this morning, I'll go through a little bit more of the contents of it. However, to answer your question, Councillor Parker, there is a one-pager inside there which gives you the costs of wages and so forth and total FTE counts. However, I think, is that what you, is that?
I think I asked per department, over the numerous times I've asked.
So we don't have currently a report on that here today. We can bring back some information on that later on, or we can definitely discuss it as we're going through the different initiatives as well.
So yeah, so that would be great just to have like a one sheet just as how many departments we have, 27 or 29 or 30, whatever, and just shows how many that we were in last budget cycle and how many if approved in this budget cycle. That'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Next, we have Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you for the, oops, sorry, camera's sticking today. Thanks for the presentation information, Mr. Matthews. Just a couple quick questions on, I think they're around slides 22 to 25, the key budget principles. Those are principles, practices. They're not set in policy anywhere. Is that correct?
So through the chair to Councillor Carlson, those are great questions. So all of these are contained within the summary of fiscal principle, practices, and policies. Now, to answer your question, some of them are in resolutions. With the first one I mentioned, MRS, our one-time allocation policy, that is a council resolution that's still on the books standing from 1993. When it comes to council budget contingency amounts, I'd have to go back and take a look where that was brought in with council, but I would also think that would probably be one of the council resolutions at the time, that there was actually, as part of the multi-year budgeting process, it was council's desire to ensure that there was contingency amounts built in. So if things came over the wall, and the examples of that would be in the carbon tax when it came into play over the years and a few things like that. So not all of them are necessarily resolutions. Some of them are practices, and but they have been long-standing practices that councils have consistently applied through the organization.
Thank you for that. Is this something we should capture in policy, and is it something maybe audit committee might want to look at, so that they're not just practices that come and go on a whim, but they're policies that are reviewed and updated annually?
So the chair to Councillor Carlson, I think that would be a great idea. These have served well council over the years. And putting them into a policy format and reviewing them, I think would only solidify them further, specifically the ones that aren't in resolutions and so forth along the way of the journey, and it's just been part of the budget process. So I think that would be a great opportunity for us over the next year to couple of years to work on that through audit committee and through members of council.
Thank you. I think that might be good. It gives council a better solid understanding of where we're starting. On the contingencies, and you sort of alluded to this, that it was sort of a practice put in place 1993, I don't know when. How those numbers, as far as I can recall, those numbers have been pretty consistent. They've not increased, and I wonder if that's something we should look at. Do we know, have we been looking at our contingencies and ensuring they are enough?
Through the chair to Councillor Carlson, so you are correct. Those amounts historically have been $500,000 to jumping up by $500,000 each year in year 2, 3, and 4, or previously when it was only a 3-year budget, years 2 and 3, to my knowledge. And so although they have served us well in the past. It's hard to say what's coming over the wall, and of course, whether that's the adequate amount or not. If council remembers, that amount was actually reduced out of the budget as part of the budget reductions that when we looked at 2021 and 2022. But in general, what we have there has been able to be sufficient to meet our budgetary needs over the period. So we have maintained those at the current level that we have in the past. And here again, too, it's that balancing act of putting in how much contingency do you put in compared to what you need. And it has been kind of hard because you never know what the item's going to be. But that being said, keep in mind that we also have, that's what reserves are for, and a certain amount of balance in reserve, and specifically the MRSR reserve would also be the backstop for anything of those unexpected nature, and keeping a certain reserve balance inside of there, which we do, would also be able to backstop for any sort of unexpected events.
Thank you for that. Mayor Hagan, I had one more question, but I can hop out if there's other people waiting.
You're the only one in, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Again, on the key budget principles, we talk about how one-time funding should not be used for ongoing funds that will be necessary over a long period of time. We sort of broke that practice in the last go-through in an attempt to sort of give people some relief during the pandemic. We, instead of increasing taxes, we sort of relied heavily on the MRSR to fund ongoing costs. Not so much perhaps internally, but externally with some of our fee-for-service folks. Do we have any idea how much of a pressure that's going to put on us coming up? Because we kept the budget at zero for a couple of years to give people a bit of a break, but now the hens are coming home to roost, and some of those funds that we spent one-time funding on that should have been ongoing funding are coming back to us now. Do we know how much pressure that is adding to our budget process at this point? And I'm thinking groups like Allied Arts Council, Nika Yuko, et cetera, that needed ongoing funding and we funded them one time.
So to the chair, to Councillor Carlson, that's a great question, and yes, that is correct. You've seen a number of things on fee-for-service this last time where their funding was one-time in nature in components. When you take a look at the initiative listing, I'm going to answer in two pieces because it depends on the initiatives that are coming through from fee-for-service. But in general, the one, if you on-site that document right now, there's about a $2.2 million total amount that is looking for a one-time allocations again this time for fee-for-services. On top of that, you'll see an ongoing tax pressure over the 4 years. So this is a 4-year amount of 0.29 or about 0.3% taxes for initiatives. Now, not all of those, I'll say, some of those asks in there are not one-time in nature. I just don't have that number fully in front of me. But I guess to make a long story short, there is pressures, both ongoing and one-time, that are coming forward from fee-for-service groups. So you are right. So this is one thing for council to consider when it's one-time. Is it truly one-time nature versus ongoing? And here again, that one is more of a principle or a practice using one-time and so forth. And so councils always have the opportunity to be able to deal with that.
Thank you for that. And just, I'm not sure if we'll get to this at some point, but we've always sort of used rough figures for council just to sort of know when we're making decisions and new initiatives, et cetera. And at one point it was every $1 million was causing about a 1%, but I'm thinking it's changed now. So do we know? So when we're looking at initiatives, if we're going to put in a new initiative of $1 million, it's going to cost a 1%, or do we have a rough guess?
So, in regards to once again, through the chair to Councillor Carlson, in regards to the amounts, so a 1 year amount. Now, I'll try to explain this in a way, and hopefully I make this simple, not too confusing. So for 1 year, it's 1.6 million would be a 1%. However, we typically look at it over the 4-year period. So if you multiply 1.6 million times 4, that amount, which I believe is 6.4 million, if I remember right, is on there. Typical accountant, can't manually add. But the 6.4 million in costs is roughly equates to 1% over 4 years on average. So, or 0.25% per year is 1.6 million now. Hopefully I didn't make that more confusing than what it needed to be.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. I have a question kind of along the line of some of Councillor Carlson's questions. We had, through last year and some of these tougher times, we had this one-time funding. Now, the conversations you have with these fee-for-service groups is that one time is still not considered base budget, because I've seen that when many of these groups come in, it has been included as part of that budget. This has been mentioned to them that was one-time funding and that it would be a separate initiative in the future, correct?
To the mayor, yes, you are correct. In regards to the fee-for-service, so last budget cycle from 2019 to 2022, as Councillor Carlson had noticed or mentioned, there was a number of those that were one-time. So when we're discussing that with groups on that, because it's one-time in nature and was funded from the MRSR, there was no resolution from council to maintain that in the operating budget book. So you can't maintain it going forward into base, and so that those amounts had to come back from those fee-for-service groups to ask for that amount to be ongoing, or that level of service to be ongoing amounts. So that is correct, that they would have to come back because it wasn't approved to go on forward.
I appreciate that, because I do see the one-time funding as well as additional increases from the one-time funding already added to the base budget, so it does get somewhat confusing, so thank you very much for that. Councillor Dodick.
Excuse me, yes, thank you. I was going to ask this question later on, but some of Councillor Carlson's questions prompted me to ask it earlier. I go back to, I think it was September 26th is when we had the presentations from the fee-for-service folks. And if I recall correctly, at that time, much of the asks that they had presented to us, and which are not contained in the operating budget material, was basically to bring them up in terms of their staff or salary levels closer to 75% of public sector employees, that being the employees of the city of Lethbridge. My recollection, my notes show that they were receiving about 55 to 65%, and that doesn't even take into account the benefits. So if I look at the new initiatives, and the fee-for-service new initiatives are essentially most of the groups that are referred to in the new initiatives, N37 through N65, the number that was communicated, and is in the material too, shows that if they were to get 100% of their ongoing funding, the tax increase would be 0.2962%. Would it be fair to say that that 0.2962% annual increase is mainly to make up the perceived shortfall that they believe they're presently experienced when compared to the current public sector employees at the City of Lethbridge? Does that seem about right?
Through the chair to Councillor Dodick, based on the conversations, without looking into each one of them specifically, I would say that there definitely is some components of that inside of there, or maybe the largest component of it in there. I'd have to go through each one though to confirm their individual ask again, just out of memory here. But that is definitely one of the things that was consistent message from fee-for-service groups was their wage levels.
Okay. My final question is, and again, I'm asking this in advance of the presentation of all this thing, but the way I read the material is, and you've already alluded to it, that the base budget pressures is 3.77% per year, and you've already explained that that is to maintain the existing level of services that we presently have at this moment. But I'm looking at the new initiatives all the way up to N65, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I just want to make sure that I understand this correctly. So you got a 3.77% base budget pressure, and if every one of the new initiatives listed in the operating budget were approved on a tax ongoing basis, that would add another 2.231.2% on an annual basis, so that if we were to approve absolutely everything, again, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I just want people to know that that seems to be the upper limit, at least in terms of this draft operating budget. So the total tax would be 6% on an annual basis. Am I reading that correctly?
Chair to Councillor Dodick, yes, you are reading that correctly.
And at the risk of repeating myself, this is only if it was all approved. I just want the people to understand how that particular two-page summary looks like. Thank you very much, Mr. City Treasurer.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick, and I do not see any further in the queue. Last chance to pop in if anybody has a question. Seeing none, I'll move over to a resolution from Deputy Mayor Parker. Budget 101, be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee. And that's where it ends. Okay. Approve the presentation from Mr. Matthews on Budget 101. Councillor, or Deputy Mayor Parker.
Well, thank you. I just want to thank Mr. Matthews and his team for presenting what he's not only presented today, but leading up to this process. If I recall, budget doesn't actually just start in summertime. It actually started last year probably, getting through all the business units and all that. So I want to thank your team for all that. But I know that we'll be asking numerous questions. I've asked for myself, waiting for more information, and I know that your team is more than open to take on more questions as needed over the next few weeks. So I want to thank you and your team for your report today. Thank you.
All right, any further debate?
Call the question.
All right, and we'll just make sure that here it is here again now. Approve the Budget 101 report as
Should it say accept instead of approve?
accept. The Budget 101 report and presentation as presented. Are you still okay with that, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
All right. Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries. All right. And we do have another presentation, and you're never going to imagine who it is from. Mr. Matthews, City Treasurer, regarding the 2023 to 2026 draft operating budget. I think it's when we're going to be going through the binder, so I'll turn that time over to yourself, Mr. Matthews.
First, I'll turn it over to City Manager to give a few comments.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Mr. Mayor, members of the Economic Standing Policy Committee, it's my pleasure today to table the 2023 to 26 draft operating budget for the city. As you're aware, we've had multi-year budgeting since 2001, and we are headed into our 8th iteration of it this year. The purpose of today is to walk you through the budget binder and budget overview. The budget was prepared by administration, taking into consideration direction from City Council and input from the community. Engagement with residents began in April of this year with the Community Satisfaction Survey conducted by Ipsos Public Affairs. Through August and September, residents were also invited to tell us via an online budget allocator tool about their priorities for city services and to consider how these priorities would affect city spending. Those two processes of engagement were undertaken to provide you with additional information to aid in your decision-making. The executive leadership team and I met with general managers over the past few months to discuss service levels, operating budgets, and future budget planning. Our general managers were challenged to plan operating activities over a 4-year time frame and develop a base budget document that reflects the current services and the revenue requirements necessary to deliver those services over the next 4 years. In addition, there are a number of new program initiatives that have been submitted for your consideration. The objective of the budget is to design a fiscal framework that assists in balancing the demands to limit tax, utility, and user fee increases while maintaining current service levels and growing infrastructure to meet citizen expectations. Before we delve into the budget binder and budget overview, I think it's important first to consider and remember the highly unusual and challenging situation we endured locally and around the world during more than half of that period, the COVID-19 pandemic. For 13 weeks in 2020, we were in a state of local emergency that was unprecedented in length. Public access to many city facilities had to be closed or limited for months. Buildings were refitted to ensure that when they reopened, they were safe for our residents and employees. We had to adapt and respond to evolving public health measures put in place that were changing weekly, and had to quickly ramp up technology to allow many of our employees to work from home. At the direction of the previous City Council, we delivered 3 consecutive years of city operating budgets with 0% tax increases. And in 2021, at the direction of City Council, we reduced our municipal workforce by 51 full-time positions. Yet, in this context, and despite these extraordinary circumstances, our organization has continued to work hard to maintain the quality of life for Lethbridge residents. The draft budget being presented today is the result of tremendous effort by staff across this organization. A lot of work has been done to look very closely at everything we do to ensure we are providing value for money. I would like to sincerely thank all of the staff who helped contribute to this budget, especially our treasurer, Daryl Matthews, and the finance team. Daryl and his team spent countless hours working with the general managers, the corporate performance team, finance techs, and office managers to provide us with the document before you today. With that, I'll pass it over to our treasurer, Daryl, to walk us through the budget binder and budget overview. Thank you.
Thank you, Economic Standing Policy Committee, and once again for having me here today. So today, you've received the 2023-26 draft operating budget. The intent of today is to walk you through the content of the information so that over the next month, you can review the information and gain an understanding of its content and it as a tool for decision-making purposes. During the week of the budget deliberations on November 14th to 18th, Economic SP has the opportunity to discuss resolutions and debate the content of this document. First, as the city manager mentioned, this budget has resulted in many tireless hours of numerous staff. I would like to personally thank Mitch Stevenson and Shauna Kennard for the coordination of the budget process and the draft 2023 to 26 operating budget book. I would also like to thank Lorene Russell, Jennifer Derrick, Jennifer Jarrett, Chantal Aubin-Rolia, and our hardworking financial admin managers and their accounting techs, as well as the corporate performance team for their work on the information of this book. Finally, I would also like to express my thanks to all the directors and general managers and their teams for the work throughout this process. So let's move to next slide. Okay. One more slide. Perfect. So first, I would like to highlight that at this stage, the budget information is becoming fairly certain on the scale. So council has seen this slide over a number of different discussions. However, there is still areas that we're still working on between now and publishing, or finalizing the book in deliberations. This could result in some budget pressure changes from what is in the presentation today. So once again, it is a draft book. We're not anticipating too many changes, but there could be some changes between now and deliberations. Next slide. There are 15 tabs or sections in the draft binder, and I'll go through the various information included in each section. Next slide. So first section in your binder is the resolution section. We provided a larger binder to each member of Economic SBC so that you can add information to the binder as you see fit. The budget message for the draft 2023 operating budget is submitted, once again. Notes inside of there is this document is a work in progress. The objective of the budget is to design a business and fiscal planning framework to assist in balancing the demands to limit tax, utility and user fee increases while maintaining current services levels and the ever-growing infrastructure to meet customer expectations. The document reflects our current services and revenue requirements to deliver those services over the next 4-year period. In addition, there are a number of new program initiatives that have been submitted for your consideration. There's a presentation section, so today's presentation is included in that section, and you can add presentations to that section as we go through the process. Some presentations you might want to include in the binder for your reference would be the September 26th Economic SBC that has all the fee-for-service presentations. September 27th council meeting had the 4 different presentations in regards to the utility components. September 28th had the boards and commissions presentation as well. Next slide. As you're going through the budget summaries, you'll notice that the number of budget summaries have decreased since the last budget cycle. This is due to the corporate restructure exercise in which there were a number of departments that were merged together. The corporate restructure has allowed the city to realize operating and managerial efficiencies through some consolidation of departments. Next slide. So on the screen here gives you an example of one of the budget summaries. Each department has its own budget summary sheet, which shows a breakdown of revenue and expenses and net impact on taxation. The 2022 to 26 change column is the increase or decrease impact on taxation. In the analysis of change section right below that, it describes the changes in more detail. These notes provide additional information on these changes. Next slide. All the new initiatives are described in detail behind the new initiative tab. We have included the initiatives council members have identified so far. City Council still has the opportunity to bring forward additional initiatives, but sooner the better, as administration needs to draft those initiatives before deliberations. You will notice the initiatives from community groups that we've seen of those presentations September 26th, 28th. We are still refining those numbers and narrative, and we'll have a new printed section for the week of budget deliberations. Next slide. So once again, budget initiatives are an opportunity to propose potential service enhancement reductions that have not been previously included in the operating budget. So those numbers that you see on the initiatives are not included within that 3.77% component. Normally, the budget initiative presentations would be made during the first 2 days of budget deliberations in November, and as you can see, the budget presentations are happening now in October, which is about 1 month earlier for at least for the fee-for-service and departmental and boards and commissions and utilities. Now, starting today, presentation will be made to Economic SBC about details of each budget initiative. These presentations are being made earlier on the process to give council more opportunity to ask questions about initiatives before budget deliberations. And once again, budget initiatives will be deliberated in November at Economic SBC. Next slide. You also see a new section in the draft budget book called the Business Cases for Initiatives. We took a new approach to providing more information to City Council about budget initiatives. Each general manager who proposed a budget initiative was tasked with providing a business case. The business case will provide further information such as benefit, risk, project scope, and environmental impact. One thing to note is that business cases were only provided for city department initiatives only. So they were not a requirement for the fees of services groups or boards and commissions. Next slide. Yeah, oh, you're on the right side, so that's good. So the service level catalog is another component. This document describes the key services delivered by each department, either directly by city employees or indirectly by contracted external providers. The information from each department is presented in a tabular format containing 3 columns, being the service name, which identifies a major group of services within the department. The service area column is only applicable for departments that have more than one service area. A program service identifies a more specific type of program or service within that service area, and a description or describes the program service service delivers or provides. Next slide. At the June 23rd, 22 Governance SBC meeting, the IPAS presented the results of the 2022 Community Survey. The report provided the results of the 2020 Community Survey, which explored citizens' opinions towards local issues, their quality of life, municipal services, and city priorities. For the full report, see behind the Citizen Satisfaction Survey section. Next slide. The next tab in the binder is City Council Action Plan section, which we include in the document for your reference. Next slide. During the week of budget deliberations, we will be presenting the September 2022 operating forecast, I should say, as an update in terms of where we are forecasting to be at the end of the year fiscally. This will provide information regarding the year-end surplus available for one-time allocations, as I mentioned earlier in the Budget 101. Next slide. We'll have inside of this document as well, there is a tab for wages and personnel. So far inside of there, that gives you a total amount of the wages and personnel and reconciliation in the budget. Next slide. Included in the draft operating budget book is a summary of the units to be replaced or the fleet replacement list for the 2023 to 2026 period. These replacements are funded through the fleet reserve. The purpose of the fleet reserve is to provide for a self-sufficient pool of funds to allow for ongoing replacement of fleet assets. Next slide. There's a grant and fee for service page within inside of the document. Once again, this is the ongoing component of these amounts, as we were discussing, and any new initiatives will be coming forward as new initiatives, and will be updated this page once or if those are approved by City Council. In the binder section, there's also a rates and user fee section that proposed in the next 4 years, including the current rate. Oops, sorry, next slide. So this is the user fee, rates section that's inside of there. And finally, last slide here, the summary of fiscal principles, practices, and policies. That information is also provided for reference inside of the document for City Council members. So that ends the presentation for this section of the presentation for this morning, and can take any questions.
And I do have questions. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Matthews. It's a lot of prep work, obviously, that has gone into this. Appreciate all the time and energy, because I know it seems that pretty much at any time I'd fire off an email. It doesn't matter what time it was, I would get a reply. So I thank you very much to you and all of those that have helped you through this, because it's been quite a task, I'm sure. I do have questions. Councillor Dodick.
Yes, excuse me, thank you. And it does go back to the fee-for-service folk again as well. You, Mr. Matthews, you had indicated that there's a place in the binder to put in the presentations that were given on September 26th. The difficulty, at least with me, is that you have this city-generated initiatives. You have this business or budget business case. So it almost looks like, or the appearance is that these initiatives are sort of uniform in terms of giving a whole detailed list of what is considered important as to allowing council to make a decision. Unfortunately, the fee-for-service folk, they were in a sense all over the map in terms of how they did their presentations. And what prompted me to ask this question was because when I asked the earlier one as to what amount they were seeking that was specifically related to bring them closer to the public service levels of remuneration, is there a reason why this particular template wasn't provided to the fee-for-service folks? Because then it would have been a lot easier, in my view, for council to directly compare the asks being given, which are subject to the business case for initiatives, versus now we have to go back to the September 26th and try to piece it together as to exactly what they're seeking. So my question is, were they given the opportunity to use the same template?
So to members of Economic Standing Policy Committee, to the chair, to Councillor Dodic. So it wasn't one of the requirements this year for the fee-for-service. So the actual business case was an improvement that we're starting to put in place in the operating budget side. So we were starting to work through that document with our own internal departments first. And due to the timing of that document, and of course that was one of the things that our city manager wanted to have in place for our departments and build, but due to the timing of that, we just didn't feel we were able to get it to the department or to all the fee-for-service groups. This being said, we have gone back out and asked a number of questions of fee-for-service groups to build some of that information, and we are expecting to bring that information back just prior to budget deliberations. It's not necessarily in the same format that you're seeing in that report, but there is a template that went out to them that is asking a number of the questions that you're seeing on side of that document. So that has gone out, and we're expecting that probably around November 10th, that would be sent back out to council members prior to the budget side.
Okay, and at that time, once after that is set out, will we have an opportunity to ask questions about it?
So most likely that those questions will be part of the deliberations component, unless, if there's something more the council would like. We definitely can take a look at that as well too, and look at the timeframes in between now and deliberations.
Thank you, Councillor Dodic. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you, Chair. Question to Mr. Matthews. By consolidating several of the departments, as you indicated earlier, and I would ask you to articulate whether they were organizational or structural changes, did we realize efficiencies while sustaining or enhancing capacity?
My apologies, Councillor Dodic, Councillor Middleton-Hope.
I'll answer to anything.
Could you repeat your question there?
Sure, you bet. So you indicated that you consolidated, or the corporation had consolidated a number of areas over the course of the last couple of years in particular. I want to know whether they were organizational or structural in nature, and did we realize efficiencies going through this process while sustaining or enhancing capacity? Capacity is a big issue with me.
So through the chair to Councillor Middleton-Hope, so in regards to that, when we're talking about that piece of work, that would part of there's a couple different pieces that you'll see here, and you'll hear that theme come across in some of the initiatives here as well. So I'll try to lay this out here a bit. So there's a number of changes that occurred between the last budget cycle. There's the operational review component, operating budget review component, which addressed or had changes in capacity. There was also the workforce adjustment component and spans and layer, which was a KPMG specific review that looked at the number of staffing and so forth within the organization and the number of departments that to be there. Based on that, structural changes were put in place where the number of direct reports to directors and departments were either or functions were moved between departments as well. So as for savings, yes, there was savings in total. I'll have to grab my sheet here in a second here on the workforce side, what they were, but there was definitely savings in regards to in regards to reductions in staffing for those 51 that the city manager mentioned, of the net components. One way to take a look at that right now is that $1 million workforce, the net tax amount that wasn't done through the operating budget review from the taxation side alone was $1 million, which is in the corporate budget contingency. And that's what council has this year, and that's also, you'll see later this morning when I'm talking about one of the relief aspects, is that $1 million ongoing as being a relief inside of the budget side. Of course, there was also a portion of that was already considered within the operating budget review, so that $8.2 million in totality that was reduced by 2022 to get to a 0%. Some of those, a large portion of that was part of that overall staffing and capacity. So there is pieces in regards to staffing of the 51 and how it goes in here, and I'll, as I know, Mr. Stevenson is bringing it up as I could speak on the other side, but I think from a long-winded answer, yes, there was components on that, and of course that directly did affect either service level or capacity within departments.
So we don't know whether we enhanced capacity or not. What we did was we reduced our staff by 51, I think you indicated, which we are now, I would suggest, well in excess of that. We will be rehiring additional personnel across the corporation. Is that correct? That's assuming that all of the initiatives are approved by council going forward.
So I wouldn't say it's definitely not a one-one relationship in regards to that, Councilor Milton Hope. So there areas where there's capacity components that would have came about? Yeah, definitely. There's no question about it. However, a lot of the initiatives that are inside of there are maintaining service levels. They're not necessarily about, they're not a one-for-one relationship of the positions, those 51 positions. They're actually additional pieces that are required to maintain service levels within the organization, or to enhance service levels or new services being provided as well. So you can't really equate an apples to apples from what was reduced in the 51 positions to exactly to what's in each one of these initiatives.
But we're talking about two really key pieces here. One is efficiency and one is capacity. Did it provide us with greater efficiency? And have we sustained capacity organizationally? From what we hear, that clearly is a challenge organizationally as well as from a public perspective.
So I'm just going to weigh in here. I actually want to speak to Councillor Dodick's comment as well. So in terms of capacity versus efficiency, it isn't a one-size-fits-all approach is what I would say. So across the board, so there's a number of different levels of areas where if you've really never done anything, I would talk about departments or even areas within departments where you could do more with less, so that's efficiency. And then if you've done some work, you can do the same with less. And then other areas, the concept of doing it, you get into truly doing less with less, which is less capacity and, direct correlation with efficiency. So we have seen some areas where parks, for instance, where there was a reduction in resources, they simply, as most of council would be aware, there were some challenges with the ongoing maintenance of parks. And there are some key performance metrics and measures that we'll speak to, if council wishes at the appropriate time, speak to the efficiency of that operation and in relation to the amount of parkland, the cost per hectare, and mowing and so on, that we can walk council through as we get to those departments. There are other areas where we might see efficiency, and this is through when we look at innovative service delivery and options, so we might see something in purchasing where we've employed options such as group purchasing or cooperative purchasing options, where we're leveraging other more innovative solutions that still, they're quite common in the States, but not as much in Canada yet, where public sector organizations do the procurement on behalf of a number of groups, and the one I'm talking about is on behalf of, say, there's about 50,000 member organizations in it. So we don't have to develop specifications, issue, evaluate, and award tenders, and can potentially get better pricing for like, or get something that might even be better quality and provides lower total cost of ownership. So those are a couple of examples, and as we go through the departments and other areas, as opposed to trying to get into things, those are just some very high-level examples. And then in terms of cost avoidance, which would speak to efficiency and capacity, you would see things such as in infrastructure services and water, the pipe relining exercise that's underway. It's not unique to the city of Lethbridge by any means, but the significant savings that would provide the city in terms of extending the life of that underground infrastructure, as well as the added efficiency or savings of not having to dig up streets, replace pipes, all of the inconveniences that would go with it as well. So those are some limited examples, and then there are other areas where, quite frankly, we might have the discussion on in-house delivery, alternate service delivery, outsourced. Happy to work through those, and those are things that we work through on a regular basis. As far as there's just what I'm getting at is there are some areas where you simply can only do less with less. So as terms of capacity, when you don't have the resources, you have to adjust your service level.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I think what we need to keep very focused on as we go through this process is the health of our employees. I think that's important, and I think we can't continue to do less and expect more. We're burning out our employees across the board, and I think that's something that needs to be taken into consideration with this budget. How we address all those efficiencies and how we manage our employees going forward.
Through the mayor, I completely agree, so I had a soft touch on that. I'm happy to be much more direct about that as we go through the coming days.
Thank you.
Actually, one more comment, sorry, Mr. Mayor. If I could, to Councillor Dodick's comment about the fee-for-service groups and the business cases, I'm more than happy to take the blame for that. It was something that I came in kind of late, was looking at our budget process and what I might be used to, and introduced that. And it was a series of evolution, even on the business cases, of getting them to where we wanted to. And basically, it's the approach of let's get our own house in order and make sure we get these to where we want before we roll it out to the fee-for-service groups. So that's to Councillor Dodick's comment, is I believe there's value in it, but we need to make sure that we have it structured in the appropriate way so that it's providing value to council and also to the groups that are completing that work.
Thank you. I do have another question, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Matthews, if I can. We do talk a lot about FTEs, employee numbers, et cetera, but where council really has the impact, in my opinion, is in setting service levels. If we set a service level of parks are mowed every day, twice a day, but we don't fund parks adequately to provide that, there's a bit of a disconnect. So I'm always keen to focus on service levels and delivery of service. So I appreciate the section on service level catalog. Are those completely complete? or some of, I guess I'm looking, I'll pick one just that I know a little bit about, transit. At one point, we actually had service level standards of every home should be within 400 meters, I believe it was, of a transit stop, et cetera, et cetera. Have we removed those types of hard service levels?
So through the mayor, I'll start, and then the specifics around transit, I'll have to get Mr. Fox to weigh in on that. But Councillor Carlson, I believe we're having exactly the right conversation when you talk about that. And I believe Council's heard this from me before, in that as governments grow and evolve, and as we grow as a municipality or a city, talking about FTEs when you're small, it's a little more tangible where you can almost name all of the people. But as you grow and evolve, the conversation needs to evolve with it, where we start to talk about service levels, cost of those service levels in comparison to our peers. And then council, on behalf of the citizens, can say, okay, well, we see where we are in terms of cost, in terms of service level, in comparison to our peers, but we as council know that this service level is important to our citizens. What would it take to increase it? Or this one isn't as important here for various other reasons. We could actually decrease it and save some money. That's the right conversation to have. And the reason that is because when we have those conversations, we can become more fluid as an organization. If we're talking about adding FTEs or talking about individual FTEs through a budget process, just by nature of that, you're inefficient. So if we're talking about the cost of service levels and the performance against those levels, whether that service is provided in-house or contracted or a hybrid version of that, then the administration has the ability to act more efficiently and effectively to deliver those services. And as all of you would have seen throughout the year, these types of things change and evolve all the time. Where something that doesn't exist when you started the year, and even if you do annual budgets, that halfway through the year, it's like, holy cow, how well this changed. And so then you're trying to manage to it. So the ability to get away from talking about FTEs and talking to service levels, costs of service, and where we want to be in our performance against it is exactly the right conversation. So then getting into those specifics, I will once again say that not all, similar to my previous comments, not all departments are on the same level. So there is more work to be done. There's a number of groups, and one specifically across the country, that focus on this type of approach that involves benchmarking and involves service levels, and the repeated rigor that would go into measuring those service levels, making sure that everyone is doing it the same way and including the same costs, the same considerations, and so forth. And so you'll see, by nature of some of our departments, and I'll pick on electric, for example, by nature of what they do with ASO and AUC, there's a lot of regulation, there's a lot of requirements that dictate here's how you do what you do. So that would be much different compared to a group like, I'm going to say communications for Tara, where they don't have that same type of approach. She can do some measurement and some service level work. So there's much more work to be done, and this is not months or weeks. This is years worth of work to build it. I came from a large organization that had dedicated staff that spent time and effort on this and had been doing so for years, and it continued to evolve. So lots of work to do on that. And then the last piece of your question to bus stops, Mr. Fox would have to speak to that.
Thanks, and through the chair, with the implementation of CityLink, the old standards were put on pause, but with the design of the demand zones and the major routes, it was considered in the CityLink. With the new standards, there are some that we're developing, but we'll be flushing them through the Transit Committee once formed, and then we'll be bringing the new service standards to Council.
Thank you for that. And thank you, Mr. Brierly. I appreciate the discussion around service levels. It's where I'd like to focus as council is what services we want to provide to the community, and then obviously it's up to you and your staff to say, okay, you want that, here's what it's going to cost, and then we can have a blunt discussion. But maybe through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brierly or Mr. Matthews, and this might be philosophical, but the base budget, as I've always understood it, is to provide the current level of service to our community. I see many of these initiatives that are coming forward as providing the current level of service to our community, but they're brought forward as a new initiative. And just just because it's top of mind, we were just talking about it. Transit, for example. I believe there's an Access-a-Ride initiative. I can't recall it exactly, but I believe the wording was to provide the current level of service to our community. This is necessary. Why is that not built into the base budget?
So I'll start, and Mr. Matthews can jump in or correct anything that I said wrong. On this, one of the things you would see with the initiatives is, again, it goes back to our earlier comments. If there's an FTE, it automatically becomes an initiative. To add a new FTE is an initiative. So that speaks to what I consider a bit of a flaw in the existing model. And then the other aspect that I will be clear about is the service levels, and are they as well defined as they could be at this stage? We can do more. We can always do more. As some may know, I came from City of Toronto, where the largest municipal organization. There were still opportunities to do more and they've been engaged in this for years. So lots more opportunity to do that. And then beyond that, I'll let Mr. Matthews take anything from there.
Through the mayor to Councillor Carlson, I think also, so you will see, so a couple things. When I go through the next presentation, there is actually the last slide, and there will tell you some of the breakdown, and I think that's probably what you're referring to, Councillor Carlson. You'll see a large percentage that are maintaining service inside of there. So the other piece on, and so FTs is a big piece of it, as Mr. Barley just had noted, but the other is also in community growth. So last budget, the council at the time asked us to absorb community growth. Normally, that's a base budget component. So basically, as the footprint of the city gets larger, and one of those fiscal principles is that you have to have, adequate asset maintenance and life cycling of those roads and streets and parks and so forth as that footprint. But by absorbing it last time, it builds in an operating budget pressure, and so some of those ones as well are also dealing with. Some of those initiatives are dealing with those as well too. So we have some in the base, and we have some that are required because you have to have people, and some of it is community driven. So yes, I would agree with Mr. Brierley that it's a flaw in the way our process is working, and because we're trapped right now on FTEs versus service level discussions on it. But that's a point for council to consider as well.
Thank you for that. I'm starting to recognize that previous council caused us a lot of headaches. I take full blame. Final, just quick question. Talking of previous council, we did some work around service level reviews and crafted some documents. Is that what's captured in the binder book around the service levels that are presented there? Is that a similar catalog, so to speak?
So I might get, I'll start off, and then I might turn it over to the Director of Finance and Corporate Performance there to give a little bit of context on that too. But I think if I'm remembering, what you're referring to, Councillor Carlson, is that in the previous ones we had some information on performance measurements inside of the budget book. There was also some work done at some point in time on priority or program-based budgeting components, which is service level related that you might have mentioned. But I'll turn it over to the Director of Finance and Corporate Performance just to talk about the service level catalog on it. So it is an evolution of that. However, there is still some work we can do within there, and including looking at program-based budgeting and so forth.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carlson. I think you're exactly correct. In the past, we had provided reports with various service levels. What you're seeing now is a reboot and an evolution of that, so that as our city treasurer pointed out, as this budget amalgamation of the budget timing rolls through, and then we get to where we're coordinated with an operating budget and capital budget, it gives council the opportunity to pick at one or two of those service levels and have a more fulsome discussion about it in the off years of the operating budgets. And it allows council then to approve those service levels and us to report back on those service levels.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. I see no further questions in the queue, and thank you very much for the questions, and thank you for the presentation. We'll now move on to a presentation from City Manager's Office and Chief of Staff regarding budget initiatives N1 and N2. And each of these initiatives will have 5 minutes to speak to. And I'm sorry? A total of 5 minutes. So, a timeout.
Yeah.
Perfect.
To the mayor, there is one more presentation this morning, and I know you've probably heard a lot from me, but it's actually in regards to the operating budget and the pressures and the inflationary side component on it.
All right. I do not see that here, but you can definitely go ahead.
Going to wait for the presentation slide to be brought up. Looks like it's coming.
This 5.2 in our binders?
That is correct, Councilor Miller. I hope it is section 5.2. Once again, members of Economic SBC, thank you again to have me here today. What I would like to do now is walk you through a little bit about what's inside of the actual numbers of the operating budget, including the budget pressures, property tax increases, and new initiative components. So next slide. So as noted in the inside of the Budget 101 presentation, budget pressures are significant pressures faced by departments to run their current level of service in the upcoming budget that have been added to base budget. There were a number of budget pressures to consider in the development of the draft 23 to 26 operating budget. This includes operating cost pressures from capital improvement program, inflationary pressures, external pressures, and community growth and asset maintenance pressures. And I'll give you a little bit of context around these. So this year has been historic inflation rate increases. In 2022 has seen unprecedented increases in inflation. In June, inflation hit 8.4% in Alberta, and although there has been some downward movement in the last few months, this still has resulted in Albertans having paid 6% more in August 2022 for goods and services that comprise the Consumer Price Index than the same month a year ago, while national average for CPI was 7%. The Bank of Canada has raised interest rates by another 0.75% in September on top of multiple interest rate hikes already incurred during the year as they try to get inflation under control. It is expected that the Bank of Canada will continue to increase interest rates before the end of 2022. Analysts are expecting another 0.5 to 0.7% increase in 2022 to help return inflation to the 2% Bank of Canada targeted rate. That will mean that the overnight rate will be closer to 4%. By the end of the year. Similar to citizens and businesses, the city operations are affected by these inflationary pressures. Examples include increases in contractual services, utility costs, like natural gas, water costs for city service, insurance increases, and other COLA increases. External pressures. The city is also experiencing external pressures as a result of recent reductions in provincial funding for municipalities. This includes large pressures from reduction in Traffic Safety Act revenues of approximately $1.2 million, a 50% reduction in grants in place of taxes for government-owned properties, approximately about $500,000 in revenue, as well as the DNA biology casework being billed to municipalities instead of Government of Alberta, which is an additional cost to our police force of about $200,000 per year. Community growth and asset maintenance is another pressure that we're seeing. So City Life places a high priority once again on maintaining our current capital assets or life cycling those assets. Annual operating budgets provide maintenance and replacement of the city's capital asset equipment. This budget has pressures associated with community growth due to the backlog of the last budget cycle as growth was absorbed in the budget, as well as the estimated growth of expansion of the city's footprint over the next budget cycle to meet current service levels. Next slide. So in general, maintaining existing service levels, tax rates should at minimum meet inflation rates. Over the last 3 years, the City of Lethbridge has maintained a 0% municipal tax increase to minimize the financial impacts of the pandemic. In addition, in 2019, Council approved a 1.82% municipal tax increase, which was the lowest tax increase in the last 20 years. However, with the unprecedented increase in inflation, having the 2019-2022 tax rates well below inflation levels, as well as external pressures from other levels of government, backlog from absorbing community growth during 2019 to 2022 budget cycle, the estimated growth of expansion of the city's footprint, and ensuring the organization has sufficient funding to maintain our existing assets, keeping a 0% tax increase is not feasible to maintaining the existing levels of service. Next slide. This slide provides a scan of the municipal property taxes increase across the province in 2022, this year. What we have seen across Alberta is most municipalities have increased their property tax rates in 2022 due to inflationary community growth and external operating pressures that they face. Additionally, we are hearing so far from other municipalities there is a range of anywhere from 2% to 8.5% for property tax increases in 2023. A number of these municipalities have noted they are looking at multiple years of 4 to 5% tax increases to maintain existing levels of service. Next slide. So it's always hard to compare apples to apples when looking at data between municipalities. However, based on comparisons of the 2021 median value of single-family residential property and the associated tax rates that are provided within the provincial information, the total 2021 annual property taxes in Lethbridge was $177 below the average when compared to 21 other Alberta municipalities. We also know the City of Lethbridge offers more services, for example, like airport, police services, and has higher service levels than many other cities. In the recent third-party operation review, the City of Lethbridge consultants report confirmed that's this saying that the City of Lethbridge has been observed to have higher service intensity relative to other mid-sized Canadian cities. Next slide. So the current incentive tax pressures for 2023 to 2026, this slide provides a little bit of context around that, and I'll walk through some of these different pressures that we have. The starting point, once again, for the 23-26 operating budget, we'll have an annual tax increase of 0.26 per year due to the operating costs that were approved in the 2022 to 2031 capital improvement program. As previously discussed, the net external pressures that have been imposed on the City of Lethbridge for items like recent provincial funding changes from the Traffic Safety Act and grants and lieu revenue shortfalls, as well as the DNA biology caseworks being billed to municipalities instead of the government of Alberta, has resulted in average annual tax pressure of 0.25%. The growth in life cycle budget, average annual tax pressure of 0.28% relates to any costs associated with community growth. So that's the maintenance of parks, trails, streets. As previously noted, the increase relates to a backlog from the last budget cycle, as well as the growth for the increased estimated footprint of the city. The inflation average annual tax pressure of 2.48% includes such items as contractual services, utility costs, and insurance costs, as I mentioned earlier, and as well as cost of living increases. The protective services average annual tax pressure of 1.5% includes a budget pressure for police and fire, including their respective wages. As noted during the Budget 101 presentation, a key budget principle is the creation of each budget cycle of a corporate budget contingency for any future one-time ongoing required budget adjustments within the multi-year budgeting process. This has resulted in an average annual tax pressure of 0.24%. Now, there is some areas of relief. These include the Workforce Adjustment Initiative that we discussed earlier this morning and the estimated assessment growth. So the 2021 workforce adjustment resulted in an average annual tax relief of 0.17%. This was from the remaining tax-supported wage savings from the workforce adjustment that were not already included in the 2021 to 2022 operating budget review reduction. Overall, to maintain the existing base budget service levels will require an average annual increase of 3.77% per year for 23 to 26 period. This would result in a $94 per year tax increase on the average single-family residential property to meet existing services. And if we go to the next slide. Finally, as noted during the Budget 101 presentation, budget initiatives are a potential source of service enhancements that are not included in the base operating budget. Within the draft 23 to 26 operating budget book, there are 3 categories of new budget initiatives. There are grant and fee-for-service initiatives that were presented on September 26th, Economic SBC. There are the departmental initiatives will be presented by general managers for the remainder of today and tomorrow morning. And council initiatives will be presented by the sponsoring council during the budget deliberations on November 14th to 18th. These initiatives have been broken down to 6 different categories. These include legislative, revenue-generating opportunities, cost avoidance, maintaining service, enhanced service, and new service. Maintaining existing services has the largest percentage of initiatives of 41%. This initiatives directly relate to increased resources required to maintain services. Examples include the requests from the Lethbridge Police Commission and Service, the Fire and EMS resourcing requirements, and the Committee of Council support would be examples of the initiatives that would be in this category. The next largest number of initiatives is within the new service category. These initiatives are for services that are new to Lethbridge or were previously one-time funded. These include the various housing and social initiatives. So the example, the Affordable Housing Operating Grant, the Chief of Staff position for the Mayor and Council, and a salute to our veterans initiatives. If all initiatives that require ongoing funding were approved by Council, they would require an average tax increase of 2.23% per year for the 23 to 26 period, or an additional $4.48 per tax increase on an average single-family residential property. And as noted earlier this morning by the question from Councillor Dodick, this would result in average annual increase, if all these were approved, of 6%, being that 3.77 base budget plus the 2.23 new initiatives each year for the 23 to 26 budget period, or $98.48 per tax increase on an average single-family residential property. That ends my presentation for this morning, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that, and my apologies, Mr. Matthews. I know I was just hopping ahead here, and there was still more to come with your presentation, so my apologies. I do have questions in the queue. Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. If you can just go back to your presentation, go back about 4 or 5 slides to the 4-point number, if you could. That one right there. The one right below it? That one? No. Next one? That one. Thank you. If you could just expand on that one. So I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure the community has the answer here. So based on if you were just to have the exact same level of service for 2022 going into 2023, it would be $94 increase based on a $285,000 valuation. Am I hearing that correctly?
That is, Mayor, to Councillor Parker, that is correct.
And so, and then the follow-up on that would be, then in 2024, all things being equal, your taxes would then go up $188 because it'd be 94, then another 94 on top of that?
That is correct. So for each year, you compound on an additional $94 because it's a per year increase. So
on year 4, based on just having the existing levels of service, we'd be looking at $376. That's just means 94 times 4. So my question to you is, in that number there, did you also incorporate wage agreements regarding to all our unions and all that? Is that outside of that, or is that incorporated in there? Of course, you have a ballpark number you're working with in that.
So any estimated COLA increases are included within the base budget.
Okay, perfect. And that's based on a 280. Now, an 85,000. Is that the average price, average in the city of Lethbridge? So I guess if you took all the condos and all that and combine them together, perfect. Thank you very much. It's tax assessment, of course. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Next in line, we do have Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Matthews, thank you for this presentation. Going back just to follow up on sorry, is it Deputy Mayor Parker now? Question around the estimated tax pressures. Is that 100% accurate that just to maintain the existing level of service is 3.77? Because I thought there were some funding we provided. I may be inaccurate here, but we reduce levels of funding for all of our departments and some of our fee for service, but then gave them one-time funding to provide these services. So I'm kind of struggling to make sure that that statement is accurate, that this 3.77 would continue every service we have today ongoing. Because my follow-up, Mr. Matthews, is going to be because I see in the new initiatives, 41%, I think it was, of the asks are just to maintain service.
So to the mayor, to Councillor Carlson, great questions in regards to this. So
you always say that when it's a terrible question.
no, I appreciate the question on this. It helps bring some clarity to the discussion on it. So I'll walk you through this, and hopefully, once again, I don't make it too complex on this. The existing base budget, what council has approved as ongoing funding for the service levels that we provide today in 2022, the 3.77% would be an accurate statement for that. However, you bring up a number of points in regards to fee for service. So like our previous discussion earlier this morning on fee for service, some of last budget cycle, some of those amounts that the fee-for-service groups may have considered as part of their ongoing was not approved ongoing by City Council. So those are initiative pieces. So to maintain like-for-like services for those fee-for-services in that period that they were providing in 2022, the initiative would have to be considered. Otherwise, it would go back to their existing base budget amount prior to 2019 that was approved in our base budget today, if that makes sense.
So
then on,
we would be losing services in some of these areas, or a reduction in services. And I'm thinking transit for one, if some of their initiatives are to maintain service, and they're not captured in this 3.77. So if we don't consider those as maintaining service levels, same with fee for service, we will see a reduction in services in our community, is what I'm hearing.
that is correct, Councillor Carlson. So the maintaining service initiatives and some of the growth initiatives inside of there to maintain the current level of service inside of that we have as the community grows, or as we talked about before, even to maintain, they need resources to do that. And because of the discussion around service levels and FTEs, there are initiatives. So you will see in the business cases from those departments that to maintain the existing service, you will need additional assets and so forth. So it is our budget process requires this kind of piece to be done. However, you are right that to maintain levels of service, there is some initiatives that would need to be looked at. Otherwise, council is making a decision on a service level potentially reduction or change.
Okay. Thank you. I think I had other questions, but I'm going to hop out, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you very much for all the information this morning. I also want to look at that one slide that Deputy Mayor Parker was looking at, the current estimated tax pressures. On there, we have an assessment growth of 1.14% estimated. Can you just walk me through how certain are we on that number and where that number comes from?
Through your mayor to Councillor Crowson. So that number, once again, is a very conservative estimate of what we believe the growth in the community from historical averages will be for assessment growth or property growth in the community. So that we typically always have some sort of assessment growth inside of here. Within the overall budget. So that is adding on additional taxes from what we know will be built or have a pretty good understanding of what will be built based on the current economic conditions as well. So once again, it's conservative, and we might be a little bit more conservative this time than we have been in the past, but this is probably some of the most unprecedented times in regards to what's happening in the economy with inflation rates and so forth. So that 1.14% that's there on assessment growth is our anticipated amount that will grow within community for new property, new residential properties, new commercial, and so forth over that period of time.
This next question is more philosophical, but follows up on that. for the last few decades, we've been throwing around a term growth pays for growth. So by looking at this 1.14%, not only is it not going to pay for growth, it's not even going to pay to maintain our current status. So can we going forward just not use that phrase growth pays for growth, because it doesn't appear to be paying for it anymore, at least not the way we're growing. So again, philosophical question. I don't expect an answer on it. It's something we need to go forward on. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. And we do have another question with Councillor Middleton. Oh.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question is through Mr. Briley to Mr. Matthews. So the budget that we've got presented today, the 3.77% base budget pressure, this does not indicate efficient or effective service, because service levels in some areas of the corporation are simply not adequate. So, as an example of that, we look at the pressures in all of our public service or public safety initiatives. So fire, EMS, regulatory services, police. None of those are at capacity. None of those areas are in fact providing adequate and effective service as they define it. So how are we then saying that 3.77% is actually an adequate and effective base budget?
Your understanding is correct.
Good, thanks.
All right, I'll take one more question. Oh, I do have two, and then we will take a quick 10-minute break here, a bio break. So I will go back to Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to have Mr. Matthews explain something, because we get this question a lot, and I think most of us around the table understand it, but I'm hoping folks listening in or watching, this may help them. It's on the slide about value for tax dollars, and it talks about the median.
Shut up, Mike.
The median price of homes and tax dollars collected from them. Lethbridge, we've and what is our average? It's like 285, I believe, is my guess from remembrance. It's $285,000 is the median home price in Lethbridge. And people say, well, I own a house in Lethbridge and a house in Calgary. My $550,000 home in Calgary pays less tax than my $250,000 home in Lethbridge. And so they think we've got double the tax rate of Calgary. But people don't understand that the median home price in Calgary is about 600. I think it is 600,000 compared to our 285. Am I stating that correctly, Mr. Matthews? And maybe you can explain it better so that people do understand how we compare.
Through the mayor to Councillor Carlson, you are explaining it right inside of here. So there's two things here. So one thing, we're using in this chart the median value or middle value of those assessments, and they do change. So what you often see that people are comparing mill rates or tax rates between areas, and that's not exactly the best way to do it. The way that it's calculated, what you want to do is take a look at the total, in this case, median value, and to those individual communities' mill rate, and multiply it out, and then take a look at it. Because you're right, a property here in Lethbridge that might be 300, 400,000 could be $500,000 or more inside of a different area in the provinces like Calgary and so forth. So just give you some examples on this chart here. You'd mentioned Calgary. So the median value of a property in Calgary is $500,000. The median value, not the average that we use normally here, but for in Lethbridge, is $310,000. So quite different. Now, how tax rates work is that, of course, you take those assessed values of that property and you multiply by the individual tax rates, and that's what the property pays, and that's what this chart is showing here is in comparative purposes between the two of them. So it is ultimately the median or the value of the property in that area to their mill rate in comparison to the medium in our community times that mill rate. So once you get total tax to total tax, then you can actually start comparing. The only other thing I will say is there is different service levels, and so that's one thing to keep in mind between communities as well.
Thank you for that. I was trying to explain that to people when they show me their tax bills here versus other places, and I try and explain the differences. So one question I had, and I don't have my notes in front of me, but I'll try and ask it. In the base budget, you talk about protective services, and I don't have the numbers. It was something like 1.5 some percent to maintain those services. But are there, can you explain, but there's also some new initiatives coming forward, correct? Or are those new initiatives from protective services already included? Oh, there's the numbers. No, that's not the numbers. Already included in that 1.5 or whatever it was.
So the mayor to Councillor Carlson, the 1.57 does not include the new initiatives. So you are correct. There's initiatives from the Lethbridge Police Commission and Service in regards to their increased level of staffing and so forth they require to do that, that they provided for, so that's additional to that. What this is just within our current protective services, within their base budget already, not including that initiative, say for the Lethbridge Police Service and Commission, they have in there already base budget pressures for things for contractual services and so forth inside of that. Same with fire. Fire services and EMS would also be the other areas that would have very similar things in it. So this is not including the initiatives, so it would be higher than that for protective services.
And thank you for that, because I think there was some confusion during the presentations. I think I saw it reported in the media that police were asking for $1 million a year to provide 15 officers and 15 civilians. I believe those were the numbers, but it's actually closer to 5 million, if my math is correct.
Do you merit to Councillor Carlson? You're probably referring, I believe what you're referring to is the initiative from, which is if I'm getting my numbers right here, N32, I believe it is. As I'm looking at it, and yes, you're correct that it goes from 2.2 million in 2023 to 4.9 or just under 5 million by 2026 for all the components that are within that and the funding asked to council.
And thank you. I just wanted some clarity on that, because I believe it was reported in the media that it was only $1 million a year to provide those new positions, and I just want to make sure that that's out there, that it's actually a bit higher than that. Thank you.
Yeah, just a point of clarification on that through to Councillor Carlson. So what I think we're referring to there was the $1 million pressure from previous cycle that was reduced in their budget is also part of that initiative. It's as well too. So it incorporates that $1 million plus the further ask that they require.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, we will take from 11:20 now, 11:30. We'll be back here. We'll take a quick break. Thank you. We will now continue on with our presentations. I know we're got quite the full agenda today, so we will continue on. And next we have the city manager. Well, maybe we'll continue on. We have the city manager's office regarding budget initiatives N1 and N2. So I think it's Darren. Sure. Just for those listening, I guess we all know you, but just introduce yourself.
Thank you to Economic Committee. My name is Tara Grindle, and I am the Communications and Engagement Manager. So I will quickly walk you through our budget initiative. There we go. So this is the Communications and Engagement Evolution, which includes two pieces to it. The first being to maintain our current service levels. We are staffed with 3 term positions, so it would enable us to continue with our current service levels by moving those positions to permanent FTEs, as well as to provide funding for the community engagement program. So for those who were involved in the governance SPC, which we presented at a few weeks back, we provided some different levels of options for a community engagement program and the required budget for that. So again, just the purpose and justification, everything we do in the city of Lethbridge, every program, every service, every change requires some level of communications and engagement. And this initiative will help us manage the growth we've seen and the changes we've seen over the last several years. Next slide. The service level areas that would be affected, so if these positions were not to be made permanent, we would see a decrease in service within our department for the strategic communications planning, mayor and council communications support, media relations, social media management, issues management, crisis communications, advertising and marketing, our website and customer portal, internal communications, and community engagement. Those are kind of the 10 core areas that we would see an impact without the positions that we currently have. As well, you'll see the expected change in outputs over time, that we are working on that new website and citizen portal that will help make us be more efficient and provide services to the community in a digital format in a much better way. We're also working with our people and culture team to do the same with an internal website, our intranet, and then implementing that community engagement program, which will increase opportunities for the community, and preparing and training those staff for some of the crisis and emergency communications that we see within the community. Lots of these things, there's not a lot to expect in change because it is sort of maintaining what we currently have. Just looking at some municipal comparators as to where the city of Lethbridge sits with staffing levels within our those Red Deer municipal, regional municipality of Wood Buffalo would be our closest comparators in population size. We do have a list of many of the municipalities from 2020 of what their staffing levels were, and it was around 1 person per 10,000 if you look at the populations. Obviously, many departments are funded and organized in different ways, some community engagement included and some not. And those are the numbers there that would provide us with the 3 FTEs as well as the funding required to move to that tier 3 is what we budgeted within the community engagement program. And with that, I would open up to any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grindle. Appreciate that presentation. I do have a question to start here. Is we're talking about maintaining current levels of service, and it would be through Mr. City Manager to Mr. Matthews at the 3.77%. That's currently that base budget. We said this is to maintain the current levels of service. Does that include moving any of our term positions to permanent FTEs?
Mayor Hegan, and members of Economic Standing Policy Committee know the 3.77% If there is an example like the one where we've got here on this initiative where there's some term positions that be moving to permanent positions, that is not included in the 3.77. That is part of the initiative piece and that maintaining piece that we talked about on initiatives of that 41%. So it's additional to that.
So, because hearing earlier as we spoke, then the 3.77 does not include the current level of service, and it would not, as we said that it would not, because that would not include, if these positions were gone, we would not be able to maintain that level of service. So I guess this is, I mean, to turn the lights on, this 3.77% we talk about to keep the city functioning, but it doesn't maintain the current level of service. And just to confirm, we would need additional funding to maintain the level of service, not just the 3.77.
So in this example, these positions were brought in as term positions over a period of time with the service level components. So in essence, to maintain the existing, that's correct, it would have to be additional to it. And because it wasn't budgeted positions prior or approved positions prior, they need to be brought back to council to get those FTEs approved and the budget dollars approved on an ongoing basis.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Mr. Briley to Ms. Grindle, thank you for the presentation. I'm looking for innovative strategies, and I've raised this issue before, so I wonder if you would be so kind as to try and address it. You're requesting additional couple of transitions from part-time to full-time positions to enhance capacity organizationally. Is that fair to say?
They're not they're full-time positions right now. They're just term positions.
Term, right,
Yeah.
term positions. Good, okay. So I've gone at you before on this, and I'm going to do it again in regards to the police service. We have two people that are responsible for communications over at the police service. Is it fair to say that a good number of newsworthy stories, information that comes out from the corporation globally come out of the police service?
Yeah, for sure.
Good. So why is it then that we have two members of a communications staff over in police service and we have 8 moving to 10 over here in communications? And I get your numbers. I understand that. I understand that the cities of comparable sizes, even though we're the largest of that group, we have fewer personnel. I'm just wondering about economies of scale, trying to identify better ways to enhance service. So have we taken the effort to communicate with the police service to try and blend our communications? In other words, bring those two people over. The duty staff sergeants can provide our communications section with information. Our communications section can prepare those statements for the public. So are we doing that? Does that look like a viable option moving forward?
We haven't, we work closely together, so we do meet on a monthly basis. We go over what things we're doing, where we can work together, what we can promote together, what resources we can give them. For example, they were doing a community open house, so we were able to use our Get Involved Lethbridge website, put up the survey, do those kind of things. So where there's technologies, where there's things that we can cross over, for sure we can do that. We have not looked at bringing them in-house. I think they were established that way at a time, and I'm not sure if they feel the same, that they would like to keep those separate, because there are a lot of confidentiality and those type of things that are different in that world. So it is quite a demanding space, because I know I did cover it for a while when they were short of people. So it's a lot that comes at you at a pretty rapid pace. So is there opportunities to work closer together? Absolutely. And could we explore that, whether that comes into our community engagement or to our communications and community engagement? We could. I think that would have to be a directive from another group, but I could, if that's a directive from council, we could definitely look at that.
I'm just thinking in terms of trying to make the corporation more efficient in some areas. Your area has received a lot of pointed questions. This might be an opportunity for us to examine how we deliver communication to the public from a variety of different levels, and are there opportunities here to leverage the capacity we currently have, just in a different way?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Middleton Hope, if I could also just add that one of the positions at Lethbridge Police Service is also a term. So they have one full-time permanent person and one additional term that would be set to running out as well. It would leave them back to just one.
And I'm wondering, Ms. Gleisinger, whether that is imminent or is it long-term? Do we have any idea?
I haven't confirmed for sure.
Budget initiative, is it not? I think it's part of the police budget initiative. I believe so.
Okay, so,
We were just trying to confirm that ourselves. That's what all the flurry's going on here.
so we don't know, but they do have a term position that could be up or could be continuing. They have at least one full-time position. I'm simply asking that maybe as a part of this process, we examine what kind of a relationship we could develop that would leverage those skill sets and perhaps provide additional capacity to communications, rather than asking for additional personnel. Okay?
So, and currently the work we're doing is with the people that we already have, right? So the capacity doesn't increase with the people that we already have, but bringing them over would, right? That's what you're saying. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Councillor Crowson?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. My question was similar to Councillor Middleton Hopes, but in other departments. We have similar staff at the Galt Museum. We have similar staff in other departments. Have we looked at how busy all those other departments are with the staff that they have? Is there any chance of overlap, not just with police as a potential, but with all the other departments? Are we too siloed, or are we making the best use of resources that then blend across the organization?
I think we've definitely brought things more centralized over the last few years, and that's one of the changes we've seen. We definitely were having more departments kind of planning their own media and things overlapping. So I think we have a good handle on what's happening within our departments. It's those arm length organizations like the library, like the Galt, like police, that we're trying to be more like strategic partners with. I know we've also covered for the Galt over the last several months, and it wasn't sustainable for our department to do their marketing and communications. There's a lot of promotion that has to happen there on their programming side of things. So for us to take that on is not sustainable. I have chatted with the general manager there about a part-time position and how we could support that. I think they really feel like they need a body in the building to do that kind of work is what I heard from that conversation.
When you're looking at the type of work done by people in your field, is there any way for people to know, is it better, and we'll take the Galt since you mentioned them, is it better to promote program by program? Is it better to promote month by month? Do you have to do both? Is there any way to know that, and if that sort of determination can be made about where the best staffing levels can be made?
Sorry, can you ask that again?
So you said, with the museum, and so I'll use that as the example. They often promote program by program, sometimes month by month. Yep. Is there any way of knowing the effectiveness of how messaging gets out? Is it better, to the audience, to the public, to get things month by month, to get things program by program? Like, do we know anything like that to know if our marketing from any department is effective? Like, how do we know the public is hearing the message we're putting out?
Right. So I wouldn't know for the Galt because we don't do that work. I imagine they have lots of measurement tools, and attendance would be one for sure, definitely. Whether they're getting people out for those kind of things. We do a ton of different measurements for our programming, and we're always adjusting. And it really lots of times depends on the topic too, right? Some things are just a hot topic and people are interested in them. Some things take a bit more work. So, we're always looking for different strategies, even when we look internally, like the strategies we have to communicate with the staff that sit at their desk every day versus the strategies we have to communicate with the staff who are working out on the street every day have to be quite different. And we're always kind of changing those and modifying those to see what works best. And there's always new and innovative things coming too. I think what we know coming out of the pandemic for sure is that our digital communications is huge. It's what people expect every day of us. And I think that that's a really big change for communications in general that we have to put some more dedicated effort into from the city. There's there's ways for sure that we can be, and we were doing some of that with the GALT, you know, when they were a little bit more established with their communications folks, but just promoting their stuff corporately too, right? So making sure we're promoting the library stuff and we're promoting the GALT stuff to help amplify that. And I think a lot of that really helps to get things out to the community, because you're really trying to hit so many different markets and different demographics.
So the reason I ask these questions is we need to know that we're not having the cart drive the horse, that we need the people because there's a need, not that we get the people and then just put out information because we have the people. So in your department, you're saying there very much is a need from the public for this information that you need to fill with moving these term positions into full. It's not, if we have the people, we find more things to talk about to the public?
Well, and that's the reacting versus being proactive conversation as well, right? We want to tell those good news stories, and if we're always reacting to the issues and the crises, you don't get to the good news stories. And I think, again, that's another sort of trend or something we've seen coming out of the pandemic is a lot more activism, more protests, more of those issues management type things. And we're a city that's growing up as well, so we're seeing a lot of that. I know even from the 7 years I've been here, the issues management piece of it and the crisis communications has skyrocketed for sure. So if we have less people, it will be reacting, and it won't be the proactive type stuff that we really want the community to know about, the good positive things that are happening here as well.
Thank you, Ms. Grindle. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Rayco, Councillor Dodick.
Hello. This question is for Mr. Matthews. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm reading this two-page summary that you have on new initiatives at the beginning of the operating budget correctly. Okay. So looking specifically to N1 and 2, the slide had different numbers in the where it said taxation supported. So I just want to know which is the most accurate. So if I'm looking at for 2023, taxation supported is 194,400, and then going on to up to 2026 is 235,200. Is that the numbers I should be looking at in terms of what the tax-supported component of this ask is?
To Mayor, to Councillor Dodick. So when you're looking at the sheet on page 59 of the book, which is the new initiative page, you are correct from the point of view of there's two pieces on this. The total cost of it has been broken up between, from a funding purpose, between other funding and tax-supported funding. So in 2026, the tax-supported portion is $235,200, which would be the tax portion. The 117.9 would be funding from other areas, most likely that's self-funded areas as well, because they'd look after things for utilities and all those other pieces.
I see. So if that's why I was about to ask about the other funding. So if I want to get a sense as to what the yearly cost, irrespective of what the funding source is, I add up the number, and I'll use 2023 as an example, 97.7 plus 194,400 would give the total.
That is correct. So you just add up those two together, and if you look on the initiative sheet inside of the book on page 84 in itself, you would actually have the total value of those two initiatives together on the cost, and then you'd see down below those two amounts that you're referring to in the funding components below that.
Okay, and the reason I asked that question is because there's a lot of the new initiatives that have a component that have other funding, so the same answer would apply to that.
That is correct.
Thank you. That was my question.
Councillor Dodick. Next, we have Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. My first question is to the city manager. Mr. City Manager, we spent over $2 million on the KPMG report, analyzing numerous departments within the corporation. Did communications get reviewed at all in that report?
I'm looking to staff because that was before my time, and I'm told the answer is no.
So the KPMG didn't have an opportunity to analyze, look at the KPIs, look at the comparables at all through that report, from what I've been told. Okay. Second question, Ms. Grindle, thanks for your presentation. Just so you know, you've done an excellent job since you started, which I appreciate. And you started back before 2018. So how many extra staff in your department was there in 2018 compared to what there is now, and if approved?
So in 2018, we would have had 5 communications people, and then there was an engagement portion to that as well. And then today, we currently have 5 FTEs in communications and 1 FTE within our department for community engagement. And then to manage the growth and the changes, we have 3 term positions right now, which is within this initiative of what we're looking to have approved or made full-time. We have 1 other term position that's just a 1-year term for a project.
So we had 5, and then we're going to 10?
9.
9, so close to 100%
We had
increase.
6. We had 6. Well, because we had community engagement, right? We combined the 2 departments. And community engagement was done by 5 different people throughout the organization, like bits and pieces of it, so.
Okay, so just looking at the percentage increase, thank you. My other concern I have is, it seems like throughout and I think to touch on Councillor Croson's question, it seems like every department has, it has a communication person. And so do you know exactly how many people are in part of corporate communication and engagement within this city of Lethbridge as a corporation?
So there's departments that have, and I have them written down here, that have a portion or part of what they do as a communications or engagement role. They're not necessarily communications experts. So lots of times we talk about small C communications versus big C. So big C being the corporate communications, and then the small C being sort of more stakeholder engagement or the communication between departments, that kind of thing. So they help with a lot of that stuff, and they help funnel information up to us. We hold all the tools and the expertise, and we're able to plan things out and figure out when things go out. But currently we have a community coordinator in parks that helps a lot with community engagement and some communications. We have community initiatives, an education specialist in waste and recycling that also helps with that, is a big help through things like curbside organics coming up. In CSD, there's community communications and engagement specialist. A lot of that stuff is more internal, like stakeholder engagement than public engagement. Water, wastewater has office analysis and outreach specialists who will provide us with information. And then transportation, we get information from people about road closures and things like that we push out. Within Opportunity Lethbridge, there's a marketing coordinator, so she helps a lot with some of the airport stuff. We did branding for the airport, and so she's helping to do some of that work. And then obviously on the internal communication side of things, we work very closely with people and culture to get information on the things we need to push out to our staff. And then there's sort of those arm's length people that we work with. So police, the GALT, library, that kind of thing.
But you didn't add those into your numbers as well, right?
No, they're not corporate communications
Because they're arm's length,
staff.
they're boards and all that?
No.
Want to double check? 11? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have one question here. At the investment and payoff, it says the communication engagement team is stretched even at the current term position capacity. So for the last 3 months, we tracked 191 overtime hours. Now, with these positions, it's just going to continue the way it is. So we're not going to get rid of the 191. We're not going to get rid of the overtime.
No.
So the overtime will still continue even if you're given these positions.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Grindle, for your presentation. I certainly appreciate it. And having been in communications all my life, can appreciate where you're coming from. When I take a look at certainly the proposed benefits and the impacts with media relations, crisis communications, issues management, our digital customer experience, internal communications, as well as social media, which I'm guessing is increasing too. How often do your staff work evenings and weekends on the social media?
Every evening and weekend, we have somebody on, yeah, after hours, yeah.
Advertising, marketing, we see that would have an impact, and then our community engagement service impact. What, when I look specifically to community engagement, how have we been able to increase that since we brought on that term position?
Well, there hasn't, that's an FTE. That one is permanent in our department. So increased capacity, we've been able to support her through with the communications team. So I think that that's helping have some synergies there for sure. It's not an increase in capacity because we had several people doing it before. So we do have to manage the Get Involved Lethbridge website and do all the surveying and plan any community engagement events. And then she's helping consult with different groups like different master plans, projects like that right now. So.
Okay, but those term positions would be able to support that community
Correct,
engagement.
yes. One of the term positions we have is also, she's also IAP2 trained. So she would be a very significant help in terms of event planning, those kind of things for sure.
So we could potentially see a loss in that community engagement without that one term position, and that supports that.
Yeah, we would see a drop, I think, to more just supporting the consultants than being able to proactively plan lots of those things ourselves. And we've done some cost comparisons, and it's obviously much cheaper if we can do it in-house than to pay a consultant, so.
Sort of going on from that, we know that especially through our social media, whenever the media puts out a story, you know, we've got that instant request for information, whether that comes through social media, whether that comes through 311, phone calls or emails to council. In relation to that, when we need to take those stories that we're getting questions on and turn them into positive news stories, tell me about the impact that those positive news stories have had on recent activities.
Yeah, there's the one that comes to mind to me is the hostage taking that we had recently, right? And how we could look at the good work that happened that day, like that's a tragic event, and you know that it looks like a negative thing in our community, and it is a horrible event. But when we can work with police, and we can work with AHS, and we can work with our fire, and we can bring all those people together, and we did a reunion that had we were able to put together a video in a day and produce all of that to show like the benefit of the services we provide to our community. That was, you know, within the first 2 days, I think it had 1,300 views. So like that can get a lot more traction when we're all working together and we're looking really at the positive impacts of some of those services we deliver to the community.
And certainly that's going to extend into our business attraction and residential attraction to grow our tax base. As we move forward, we also saw the positive news stories and positive spin on what's going on in Lethbridge counteract some of the negative stats that we were getting and help our doctor recruitment to this area, correct?
Yeah, we've had a lot of interest in some of the marketing we've been able to do internally, and lots of hits from all across the country of people coming to look at what Lethbridge is doing, and I think it's a really positive thing that we're able to build on that.
Okay. One last question I have. When we look at the investment into this, and we just heard that we wouldn't be losing the overtime hours, tell me what our long-term gain is going to be then.
So it's maintaining service right now, but one of the big things that we are doing right now is that revamping of our website and a citizen portal. So that is a lot of work, and that is a term position right now that we have. Part of that work will be a governance structure on how to maintain that. So currently our website has kind of been done off the side of our desks, and I think as we've worked through this whole process of looking at what a new website would be or should be, was the need to have dedicated resources to it. Our current website has had people from across the organization put information into it until it grew into this mammoth thing that it is, that is so much information that nobody can find anything. So we've really identified that, and as part of our digital service standards that we did in 2021, it really outlined the fact that this is a communications tool. Lots of these digital services are communications and customer service tools more than IT functions. And so we need to look at it that way, and we need to resource it that way, which is why that one-term position would be, we were hoping to get full-time so that we don't build a new website and a citizen portal and then it sits there static and there's nobody maintaining it and managing it. So I think that that would be a huge impact to being able to maintain that, but also on the flip side, a huge loss if we did that and weren't able to put the effort into it. Like there's certain widgets that, you know, if we didn't have people inputting information on road closures, people wouldn't be able to get those push notifications, which would be a huge benefit, I think, to people, but we need the resources to be able to keep those things going.
So just in addition to that, tell me about the importance to centralizing this communications, particularly around the website, but around other corporate communications, and why your team is important to centralizing all of that.
Yeah, it's the eyes and ears of everything, and I think another big change is we had a city manager's office before, and as the city managers have changed, that kind of dispersed a bit. So we changed a bit where people went and how communications functions. And so I sit on the executive leadership team now, which I think is a trend we've been seeing through COVID, that a lot of communications teams now sit at a leadership table too. It's having that knowledge and that experience to know what's happening in the community, what you're hearing from the community, what kinds of information you're getting asked for, and then knowing what's coming down the pipe to be able to manage all of that. So, for example, you know, if we lots of times will get people saying, we want to do this event on this day and this event on this day. We can't have 4 media events on one day. We have to get the most bang for our buck by, we don't have enough media personalities in this town to go through and do that and to cover that. So just having that centralized look at all of those things and having that strategic focus on when's a good time to do this and when is a good time to do that and when is it not, because there's something happening in the community, and having that oversight and that knowledge I think is a huge benefit, and I think what our team can bring to it. And I think a lot of people come to us because we are a hub and to listen to what 311 is hearing. We meet with 311 every Wednesday morning to hear what are they hearing from the community, and then okay, we need to put that on the website or we need to push that on social media, and just having that hub so we can kind of keep everybody coordinated that way. And the same with our internal communications, which is, you know, a big piece of what we do now, and it wasn't something we were doing really before 2018, and I don't know how we would have made it through COVID if we weren't doing daily updates to our staff. And you know, the number of internal newsletters we've sent have doubled over the last 2 years. So you know, that constant communication and reaching our employees to keep them healthy and to keep them safe and to keep them knowledgeable. You know, I heard a saying the other day that good HR is good PR. So helping our people feel engaged and be invested in what we do at the city helps us get that out to the rest of the community as well.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up on a question Councillor Dodick started down. So through you to Mr. Brierley or Mr. Matthews, if I can. Some of these new initiatives that are in front of us, they talk about tax-supported funding and other funding, which I believe Mr. Matthews said could be transfers from utilities or interdepartmental transfers. Did I hear that correctly?
The mayor to Councillor Carlson, no, you heard that correctly. In this, you did hear that correct, I should say. So in this regard, it's taxation support is one funding source, and then it's utility, fleet, and land, or really what it is the self-funded areas within our that use those services. We're also paying for a portion of those services. So includes utilities, our land operations, or fleet services as examples.
Thank you. So I did hear that correctly. So forgive me then, because now I just need to clarification. We've had presentations and budgets from all those groups, utilities, etc. Will approving these change their budgets, or would these have already been contemplated, or are they mostly just, I hate to say it, but rounding errors?
So I'm going to pass this one to our Mr. Sanchez.
Yeah, so that's a great question. Approving these initiatives, some of these numbers have been already considered part of the work. Like Mrs. Grindle mentioned, they do a lot of work for the utilities in terms of communication, and every time we do program changes, So this is part of what we have already presented as part of the budget that is in front of council. And the numbers that are being funded from the utilities here, when you look at that number, is also, I believe, is less than $100,000 for all groups. So for each utility is only probably around $30,000.
Okay, thank you. But they already have been contemplated in the budgets. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. You made an answer to Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel in regards to efficiencies, and you said that it would be cheaper, more cost-efficient than contracting it out or for consulting. Justify that to me so I can get my head around that.
Sure. So just looking at a few of the examples we can give, if we look at video production, we pay anywhere between $2,000 to $10,000 for a video if we're going to contract that out. Internally, our resources can do that usually between $250 to $600. So if we go on either side of that, so let's say it cost us $600 to do it, and we were only going to pay a contractor $200. Go on the high and low side of that. For the videos we did in-house, in 2020, that would have cost $105,000, or we saved $105,000. In 2021, we saved close to $50,000. When we look at branding, like the corporate branding we just did, we had $1 million in 2007. They did a proposal. I wasn't here then, but there was a proposal put forward by the communications department to rebrand at a price tag of $1 million. So we did that with a consultant for $35,000, and then internally our staff time, we've just been doing that as we go. So saving about $945,000 there if we were to rebrand the city the way it was originally proposed. Graphic design, typically, I think we would save about $87,000 a year on that based on the pricing we have for graphic design per hour from a consultant by doing that in-house. The website development, the way we're doing it right now with the resources we have compared to how it was priced out in 2009, that would be about a $450,000 savings. Then the open houses, kind of basing it on 10 a year based on one we've done recently in-house versus one we've done with a consultant, that would be about a $63,000 savings a year. So those are a few examples of what we have.
Thank you. And so my question is to now the city manager, is there any risk in just continuing having maybe a temporary versus putting it as a line item within the budget? Because as most people know, when it goes into the budget, it usually stays in the budget in perpetuity. So is there an opportunity to keep this as a term position or terms versus making it a full-time position or not, rather permanent term?
So if I understand your question, I guess I think, if we're talking about ongoing work that is of value to the corporation and the citizens and having that as a term position, yeah, it's probably an issue. So that's about as clear as I could answer that. It should ideally be perm.
My last question is, thank you, Mr. City Manager, we do a lot of engagements in this community, and I would say we've done an excellent job. And usually when, for example, I've gone through a few budgets, we could advertise, we do everything we can, we put all the ads in the paper, Facebook, public police press releases and all that. And I can recall, maybe my colleagues can correct me wrong, the budget open houses, we probably get 15 people coming, 20 people coming. So it's not a matter of spending more money to try to bring more people. If they want to come, they'll come. Would you say we do a great job in trying to engage this community with the resources that we have?
I think we do, yeah. I think with the resources we have, for sure. We've seen a huge increase in engagement, though, even on this operating budget. We had 1,400 people do the survey, which is about double what we did before. So I think there is a higher level of engagement in the community, and it might be just coming out of the pandemic too, right? Everybody's keen to get back at doing things and being involved in things. And so we have seen quite an uptake and providing it digitally too, right? If you can just do a survey, that's easier than having to come to an open house.
I think you're correct. Technology has certainly helped us.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Middleton, Mr. I was going to say Mr. City Treasurer, but then you were ahead. So did you want to add, you have something to add to that, Mr. City Treasurer? Okay.
Just in regards to, Your Worship, to Councillor Parker, in regards to the perm versus, or temporary employment versus permanent employees. So one thing to keep in mind on that too, so even if you wanted to keep the position as a temporary or so forth, you still need ongoing funding on its inside of there. So I would, it goes back to that discussion about, making sure that we have ongoing funding for things that are not of temporary nature. And the other side of it too, one thing just keep for council's consideration too, that for term positions, it's also hard to retain and attract people to those positions. So it's hard to keep people in term positions for a very long period of time.
And I thank you for that, but the reason why I like the term position, it gives you an opportunity every budget cycle to review that department. And I don't know in regards to a review of the departments, because obviously there's a few departments that fell through the cracks through the KPMG, and so that could be a discussion later on. So thank you.
Councillor Middleton Hope, or Mr. Middleton Hope.
Sure. Just a couple of points for clarification. So to Mr. Brierly and then to whomever you feel is appropriate. We're talking in terms of so term positions. Term positions are not currently paid benefits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So
Mr. Matthews has a comment, and I have another. I'll finish.
And that's approximately 20% EWS, Mr. Matthews. Is that correct?
Actually, Mr. Ellie, one of these people.
Someone, please.
Sure, I'll chime in on that one. Thanks, Councillor Middleton Hope. It depends is the answer. That there are some term positions that based on their length of tenure and the nature of their position, they do have benefits, but it would not typically be full-time benefits that a permanent full-time position would be entitled to.
Okay. So the two people that are on term positions or contracted positions with communications, are they being paid benefits or not?
Two of them there's three. Two of them are internal. They came from a different department, so they've just taken a term position from their permanent position, so they do have benefits. One does not. No holidays, no benefits. Okay. Or I guess they get a bit of money on their check for their holidays, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to, just two questions or comments to clean things up. The 2 cents worth, we did 4 engagements. There were how many hundreds of people attended those, the 2 cents worth? Because I think it was 80 to 90.
Yeah, we had about, close to 100 per event, yeah.
Okay. And then the sober shelter, we had over 210 people come into City Hall on those 2 events. So I would say certainly that those are being well attended by members of the community.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just wanted to clarify that. When do these term positions, however many there are, 2 or 3?
3.
3. When do these term positions come up for renewal? Is there a way to, for example, if they end this year, then we've got to make some decisions about whether they continue in a term capacity or whether they move to full-time or they don't. But if the term runs into this next budget, is there a way to delay full-time employment to later on in the budget?
Yes, and I believe that has been done for one. The one external communications position is a 2-year term. So you won't see that reflected, I don't think. I'm trying to remember if it's not reflected to 2024. The communications administrative position that we have, she is done in February of next year. So it was just a 1-year term. We also had just a 1-year term for the website project. That is not even going to be close to being done by that time, but we do have budget within that project still that we could extend that to another term, to another year.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a few options that are available, is that correct? It's not just a matter of budget has to be approved effective January the 1st, 2023 for the next 4 years. We have some options that are available here, is that what I'm hearing? Correct,
yeah, it's just the approving, in my view, this is permanent work. There's nothing there that goes away if the person goes away, or there would have to be things, service levels that would have to decrease. So it's just that there is no permanent position for them for 4 more years then at least. So we're extending those terms to keep that service level where it is.
Right, but the service level will continue with the existing personnel for 1 year and then 2 years before it drops off.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We have a question for city manager or his designate. We've heard about, I think you've got one that's on a leave from another department, or both are on a leave from another department. What happens, and I'm not sure who can answer this, term ends, that person would go back to that department, correct? And is there a term position there now? So I'm just wondering what that shuffle effect is.
Yeah, they backfill that position.
So where they came from, there's a term position as well right now until
Correct.
this position is now talking about that, then there's a term position there. Is that come up in further initiatives, or is that? Sorry, that's might veer off a little bit, but just curious to know.
I think Mr. Sanchez, so that, yeah, those are his, he can speak to.
I can give you an example. One of those positions came from waste and recycling. So what happened at this time, this person moved to corporate communications on a term position. That position was backfilled with a term in waste and recycling. Even though that was a permanent position, we fill it with a term position. If this person comes back, he goes back to his FTE. So that the person that was termed, his term is terminated, and then that person will need to either go back to the casual pool or find another position anywhere else.
Sorry, just a little bit down a rabbit hole, but I was just curious to know if
Oh, it has a
they're not
trickle
unemployed,
effect,
they
yeah.
just move back. Okay, thank you. I see no further questions, so with that, thank you very much, Ms. Grindle. Appreciate the presentation, and thank you for answering the questions. And we will break till lunch for half an hour, so at 12:50, if that works for my colleagues, we will be back at around that time. Thank you. Are we good yet? Oh, I guess we are. Are we good? All right, welcome back. And we will just continue on with our presentations for Economic Standing Policy Committee today. And next on the agenda is City Clerk's Office, Budget Initiatives N3 and N4. Mr. Sarsfield.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to present to council. We're here to present two initiatives which are coming as new. One of them they both concern ongoing work that we're required by legislative. If we go to this next slide, that'd be good. So the first one, we've tried to manage this through the money that we've already been allotted. So under this, we're rejigging the portion of funds that we're given to do the census. In the past, we've done the census on an annual basis. The government came out a couple of years ago and said they were no longer going to recognize our census numbers compared to the federal census. And so we stopped doing it, last year being 2019. We made a commitment to City Council that we would continue doing it once every 4 years, every business cycle. So that's what the plan is. And we hope to use the funds which are provided already in the budget already for census to use it for FOIP, as well as record management. By the way, I should introduce members of our team. We're presenting on behalf of the City Clerk, Bonnie Hilford. We've got Ryan Westerson, who's Legislative Services Manager, and Andrea Canet, who's Information Records Manager. So if we go to the next slide. So these are we're under this particular initiative, we're just doing the things which are required under legislation. FOIP has progressed on an exponential level. The other issues is information records management. We don't have a system in place to deal with all the records that the city maintains. We have an excellent retention schedule, which is used for any archival items, but in terms of going out to individual departments, we need to work on that, so this is what this particular initiative would do. Next slide. So we've given you an example of the freedom of information requests. When I started doing FOIP, we, back in 2008, we probably had about 8 requests a year. This year, I'm already up to 150. During the pandemic, and we're not alone in this, most municipalities have seen a drastic increase in the number of requests. That just includes the formal request. It does not include the informal request where we can just give them the information. Next slide. So as you see, we're just using the funds that we've already have to just use for other purposes. Our next initiative, if we go to the next slide, is to continue on supporting the different committees at council. We have, according to legislation and according to our procedure bylaw, we're required to support all the various committees, so we have extended that to not just council and the standing policy committees, but all the other committees which council has and has established over the years, including emergency management, the advocacy, animal welfare, reconciliation, all those we provide support to in terms of minutes, support, training, all those kinds of things. So again, what we're proposing to do is use the funds which we already have. This will involve switching a current term position into a full-time position, which you've had the discussion on last time. So overall, our two initiatives result in actually less money that we're requesting from last business cycle. I promised I would tell a joke, and it does relate to accounting. There are 3 kinds of people in the world: those that can count and those that can't. I would like to believe we are part of the group that can count. And finally, It may take a while. I'll wait. Well, not really. And finally, I would like to say the lack of any sort of animal census on the Ark has led to complaints of no accountability. We hope to change that. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Sarsfield, and your team there. Appreciate that. We do need a little bit of humor in our lives. I do have questions, starting with Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, just a quick one. Way back when, you made reference to a number of years ago when it started, sometimes there would be folk that would have many FOIP requests or a very all-expansive one. Now, I know under the Freedom of Information Protection Act that there is a mechanism where you can charge for FOIP, but I believe the practice back then was not to do so. Can I assume that that practice remains the same to this day?
So what we provide for the most fees, if it's not personal information, is $25. That's the starting. That allows you up to, according to the FOIP Act, $150 worth of work. If it exceeds that, then we can ask for half of the money up front. Some of the requests we've had, I've had a request which amounted to, when we did the calculation, would cost us about $1 million. And so we asked for half of that up front, or alternatively, what we try and do is limit the scope in talking to the individual. The scope is not limited. They didn't provide the funds, and we didn't proceed with that one. But currently, it's not uncommon to have requests which involve hundreds, if not thousands, of documents involving thousands upon thousands of pages. I currently have 3 of those right now. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I do not see any further questions in the queue. So thank you very much for your presentation and for the jokes. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks, you guys.
Move on next to Treasury and Financial Services regarding budget initiatives N5, N6, N7, and N8. I'm not sure who is presenting for that. It's yourself, Mr. Matthews, again. All right.
Thank you, members of Economic Standing Policy Committee. Just wait. We have 4 different initiatives that we'll be presenting today. So I'll try to go through those. I do want to give a bit of background on the first couple, which is our asset management. So if we can just slide forward to slide 4. Perfect. So the first one is N5, asset management capacity needs. And before getting into this, as I mentioned, I'd like to give a little bit of explanation of the importance of asset management and what asset management does within the city. So asset management is an integrated business approach that minimizes the life cycle cost of owning, operating, and maintaining assets at an acceptable level of risk while continuously delivering established levels of service and effectively and efficiently achieving the city's strategic goals. Our asset management work group looks after a number of critical components for the City of Lethbridge. This includes our city's asset management plan, providing the long-term planning, including the tracking of maintenance operations, life cycle of assets, as well as providing critical data on asset condition and asset replacement. The administration also look after the various asset management system applications that capture and retain a significant amount of data that can be used for decision makers throughout the city. Many of the systems that the asset managers support form an important component of the overall efficiency of front-facing departments. For example, the automated vehicle location tracking devices that are installed on the majority of our corporate fleet vehicles and equipment. This is a crucial piece of equipment for departments like transportation that rely on real-time coordinates of where their fleet is located in times of critical events like snow events. To maintain the current level of service to city departments, the asset management team requires additional resources. This initiative is requesting an addition of a permanent asset management manager position and the GIS technician position to be moved from term position to a permanent position. Next slide. So as noted within the biz case, the demand for asset management services increased by over 125% from front-facing departments such as parks, transportation, waste and recycling, water, wastewater, fleet and facility services, to name a few. This initiative will reduce the current overtime and backlog projects to the new performance targets that you see on the screen. And this, the city does have an asset management plan. However, the work group no longer has the capacity to maintain the plan and it's out of date. This is particularly a concern because the plan is needed for capital budgeting decisions as well as being a requirement of some of our grants that we get, our one-time grants as well. So skipping forward 2 slides. You'll see inside of here you can see some of the transactional volumes that have changed inside of here. So in 2019, there was 4 FTEs within this work group, and they had 201 requests for full-time or per FTE, I should say. And by 2022, it's up to 1,800 and been reduced down to 3 employees. So that's 600 requests by FTE. So the numbers are growing inside of there. You will see the next initiative, I'll go through some of this inside of there too, but you'll see that that's growing a little bit more too, is bringing on some of the other areas as well. The next slide has on it the costing for this. Now, one thing I will mention is the GIS technicians currently has funding, but requires approval of a permanent FTE. The GIS technician has been in a term role for the last 2 budget cycles. The responsibility of this role are critical to the overall integrity of asset data and responsibilities on an ongoing nature. And so we have the budget dollars, we just don't have an ongoing permanent position for that. The other is the asset management manager position. Once again, this will be funded through utility rates to the large amount of work associated with utility assets, but that's the amount you're seeing across the top. So there isn't a tax support on this one, but rather there's a utility supported component. Moving into the next initiative is tied to that. So I'll go through this one fairly fast, but this is asset management growth impact. So this one here is the group forecasting a large increase in work with the onboarding of the electric utility and various other departments in 2023. So electric utility hasn't been part of this group's work before, and now it's coming in, and this will allow electric utility to be integrated with all other public operations while also leveraging the efficiencies within CityWorks. This addition to asset management teams anticipated to increase the workload by 25%, so that's 1,800, as we saw on the last slide, up to 2,200 service requests. The initiative is requesting an additional asset management specialist to maintain the level of service as a result of the onboarding of the electric utility. And if we scroll to the very 2 more slides down, there we go. So the funding for the asset management special position is once again through utility rates to the amount of work associated as a result of the onboarding of the electric utility. Moving to N7, which is our procure to pay initiative. So I'll give you some background on this. Our procure to pay is designed to optimize and align procurement, materials management, inventory, contracts, and accounts payable activities across the organization by offering a centralized model versus a decentralized practices that are here today. The current decentralized procurement practices are no longer sufficient for the size and complexity of the organization. This investment in centralization would better support all departments, providing procurement professionals for strategic resourcing, inventory optimization, enhanced reporting and data analysis over our capital and operational spending. This will result in more effective decision-making and cost avoidance. The initiative provides for considerable cost avoidance by increasing the amount of expenditures that are managed through the centralized procurement team. So this is known as spend under management. You may hear that terminology, but simply put, more percentage under the management of procurement specialists represents more savings. The management of expenditures through centralized procurement team will support improved effectiveness and efficiencies in all departments. And industry experts advise us that the potential return on investment is 2% per year of the approximately 100 million spent annually. So that's roughly about $2 million of cost savings once implemented. Without this investment, we will miss out on substantial cost opportunities each year. This initiative would add 3 permanent positions to support procurement centralization. These are a corporate buyer, a strategic sourcing analyst, and a vendor category management analyst. And once again, you council members, this also aligns with the PwC operational review report, which will be coming later this fall, tomorrow. So moving to onto the last slide here. So one more slide over. So the budget impact for this, as you can see, it's starting off at around $180,000 for these 2 individuals in 2023, and going up to just under $358,000 in 2026. And that doesn't include right now the large amount of ROI that as we go along, we'll be able to report that out, what this will bring in. So those cost savings as we go along as well too, throughout the organization. Moving into N8, the next initiative. So this is our business advisory services. So So within Treasury and Financial Services, particularly within our financial planning and budget and our corporate finance and business advisory area, there has been an increase in demand for these services to support organizational requirements and initiatives across the corporation. Departments have appropriately sought out specialized financial, budgetary, and consulting expertise to solve business issues. These additional requests from departments consistently exceed our workload capacity in TFS. In addition, the recent operating review recommend changes to the TFS operating model that focuses further on development of business advisory and long-term strategic financial planning. Currently, TFS does not have the resources to implement these recommendations. TFS is also facing a number of key financial staff who will be eligible to retire within the 23 to 26 period, and adequate succession planning as well as rebalancing workloads within the department will be crucial to the long-term success of the organization. This initiative would add an additional 2 FTEs to the corporate finance and financial planning work groups to focus on providing specialized financial, budgetary, consulting expertise to resolve business issues. These positions will also aid in reducing the current capacity shortage and succession planning needs of the department. Going on to the next slide. So this initiative will just give you some ideas of what the areas at the very top here that the service level will affect. You can see this most of our, from our service level catalog, most of the areas that we have in there that this will affect by being able to adjust the workloads among those individuals. So once again, having sufficient resources for TFS to ensure sustainability of being strategic business partners for the corporations is important, and this is what this will do. Adequate resourcing for us, for our team to sustain the long-term strategic financial planning activities, as well as tying budget initiatives and financial planning to long-term business strategy and plans is important. And as well, we need to reduce the capacity issues, the job-related stress and fatigue for the work group that is highlighted in the 2020 My Safety Survey. Just to give you a bit of an example, total overtime hours in the department were 2,100 or just almost 2,200 in 2019, 2,600 hours in 2020, and 2,000 hours in 2021, with the average of approximately 2,300 hours over the 3 years. And within that survey, what we've also noted that well, first I'll go back to the operational review. The operational review actually noted inside that overtime is mostly concentrated across administrative staff, with the majority of the managers submitting well over 100 hours of overtime per year, with multiple examples of 200 plus hours of official overtime, and multiple staff reporting working significant additional overtime and not reporting it, so true overtime amounts are unknown. Once again, on the capacity side, although overtime is not uncommon in the accounting profession, the consistent growth in overtime is a challenge for the department, and this has been a significant factor in job-related stress. And going into this safety survey, financial service staff provided a 3.3 risk score, which is on the moderate to moderate high side of that, compared to 2.9 for the rest of the organization. So, of course, there's a number of risks associated with non-increasing capacity for corporate financial and financial planning and work groups. This includes time allocated to long-term strategic planning activities, such as reserve analysis, debt management, and treasury and investment management. So looking at the last slide for questions, this is the dollar values for the 2 permanent FTEs for those positions.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Matthews, for that presentation. We've heard quite often over the different presentations we have heard and the importance coming from our city manager, the wellness of our staff, and how we definitely find that that's of importance, as obviously it brings that stress, fatigue, as you'd mentioned, and that would in turn affect productivity. Now, I see on 3 of the initiatives, so this is 5, 6, and 8. Sorry, 5. Is it 5, 6, and 8? One moment here. 5. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 5. So 5, 6, and 8 equate to 3,300 hours of overtime. So status quo of overtime, which would be brought down to 1,800 through those 3. Now, to me, I still see that it's obviously that's still going to be fatigue, bring down productivity, and it's a question that I had on a previous presentation is to bring that 1,800 hours down. Would it not be beneficial and to have another? And this is really bizarre coming from me, an FTE even, but having a request for that to reduce those overtime hours. The same thing I'd asked actually from our police when I was on the commission is the amount that goes out into overtime. And I know it's set at certain times that you require the overtime, and maybe it's not one person that could do all that because it's certain times where multiple hours are needed. Could you maybe walk me through why you wouldn't come for an FTE and yet still forecast 1,800 hours of overtime?
So, your worship, in this regard, actually, these positions that are coming forward are helping to address those overtime issues. So there is a backlog that is noting, specifically, I think you're referring to the asset management for example, that would be the N5 and N6 initiatives. So both of those pieces are, if we get the resources, so one of them is just making it to, you're right, when it comes to the term position, that's already included in there. But then there's the manager position, and there's the additional one for bringing on. That should help alleviate some of those pressures. So we can go back and take a look, but when I was just conferring with Mr. Stevenson, who looks after that area, and that would help in the reducing the number of those as well too.
Overtime then is it, as I mentioned earlier, it's needed at a certain time, so you'd need more than one person. That's why, because I'm always thinking, I still look at that, even if you're brought down to 1,800 hours, and that's overtime hours, so it's usually a little more costly, why a one-term position wouldn't fill that. And so I'm just trying to...
So if I'm understanding your question, Mayor Higgin, if you could add in like a term position to cover some of the overtime hours, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
That piece. So this is probably more on an ongoing nature in this area where, so for example, right now,
budget.
The actual, well, for the asset management group, their day-to-day work and the day-to-day of that term position is already at capacity and plus. And so we just got to, for that one, we just got to make sure that we actually move it from a term position into a perm position to manage it. The actual next piece, which is the manager position, that one here again too is actually more of a long-term piece, and that's dealing with a lot more of the planning components and that long-term plan piece. So it's at a different level than the other one there. It doesn't necessarily, you wouldn't be able to conducive to using that one as a term position on it. So the only other option inside of there too is that, yeah, you could, if you do see bumps inside there still where we're having overtime, maybe there is something we could do with terms, but you would still need these two positions to get us to the level with the addition, plus or I guess the two positions plus the manager's position to really get to where we need to go in asset management.
And definitely, I see with what you're coming forward, and I see that and the importance of it. I was just looking at more of, you're bringing it down from 3,300 to 1,800, so even if what could we do to bring it down even more beyond what you've already asked for with those other hours? But I think you've went through that, and sometimes we need the hours all at once, and other times you may not need them as much. So thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you very much for Mr. Matthews for all the information. I want to take your two initiatives and use them to look at more broadly at some issues. So if we look at N7, you were promising with that initiative that we're going to save money once it's fully implemented, and you have, 2% of the approximately 100 million spent annually. So if we make a decision in this round, we leave it, put something into the operating budget, and then future councils have to have a way of judging whether we made an effective decision and whether it should be removed or not. So would the savings be tracked, or is tracking that too financially costly? So we say we're going to have the savings. How would we prove in the end that we have the savings?
To the mayor, to Councillor Crowson, so that's one of the things that we've been talking about internally is tracking those ROIs. So similar to, we haven't built the model yet. That'll be the next stage if this gets brought forward. But that model could very well be an interesting model where we take a look at it similar to what we did with the GST component as one example many years ago. So we have savings in areas, and they don't necessarily have to stay in those areas, and can come back and report out on it. And those hard savings, if they're hard savings, sometimes they're actually more qualitative savings, can actually go into somewhere where council could make decisions on. So here again, we're estimating by the ROI based on what we know from industry standards, and as well as the PwC review also correlates to this. We know that's coming in here, and the next step, if this gets into place or gets approval, we'll be building that, coming back to council and having a bit of a you know, a discussion around how we track it and what we do with any savings that come out of that cost reduction.
Okay, because yeah, that would be incredibly useful for future councils, right? Because we might make a decision based on, you know, perceived savings, but then they would need to know if there are the savings we thought there would be. So looking at N8, and again, it may not apply to this, but it sort of made me think about it. If we move and give your department 3 more positions, some of which, you know, would help reduce the overtime, et cetera, when you're looking at new initiatives, is one of the things you consider whether there is a domino effect? So if we have more reporting in your area, you know, we're doing more of this planning, et cetera, is there any effect on the departments who all have people that are doing work that feeds into your department? Is that considered in any way, and is there any negative consequence of giving more to the center? Does that and somehow give more work to the departments that we're not considering?
Mayor, to Councillor Crowson, so similar, basically we do take a look at some of the projects and information. So basically as they come along, these initiatives, one of the things we're looking at is the workloads, and that's for any corporate service area. As we go along and as things get approved by council, that workload will change for our for those groups that are enabling services, the areas that look after those components for them. So it's not always a perfect equation because we have to, you know, we don't want to build in too much capacity without knowing what councils can decide. So sometimes it's a bit of a lag in before we can get there. I have to say that on it, but we do try to take a look at the for overall amount and see what we can do.
Okay, as long as that is a consideration, because yeah, sometimes there's those unintended consequences. Thank you very much, Mr. Matthews. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Next we have, we did have Councillor Campbell.
Yes, yep, sorry.
Did you have, okay.
I did, yep, sorry, thanks. Thanks, Your Worship. And my apologies if this has already been explained, but for my benefit, if you could tell me, what is the criteria between a funding source that's from taxation and then one's from utility? Or sometimes there's, as I see in the last N8, there's taxation and utility rates. How do you say, is there, well, you explain. Thanks.
Through the mayor to Councillor Campbell. So we have quite an elaborate model that we use for doing this. So basically we take a look at the activities and so forth that department provides to those areas, whether it's, you know, the utilities, fleet, and so forth. And based on that, those activities, and so sometimes that could be, say, for example, the count of invoices, the number of people they have that they're serving. Those kind of drivers drive the amount of costs that come from that department to the utilities or other self-funded areas. So it's not each area through our overhead model goes into it, and it's the overall cost within that of services provided within that department that are relative to those other service areas that drives the amount that comes from non-taxation.
That's not, is there any legislation that goes along with that? I mean, could you just decide, okay, I know that this particular area doesn't drive to utilities, but it'd be nice to use the utilities to save taxation.
So within asset management, treasury financial services in general, and in procurement, they all actually do work for the utilities and self-funded areas, you know, for whether it's purchasing or invoices or so forth. So there is a component that typically comes from those areas. There is legislation from the point of view of an electric side. So electric actually has, the Alberta Utility Commission actually will take a look at our what we're charging in there, and they want to make sure that the actuals are representative of that. So we actually get reviews done on a regular basis for that. And so far, we've always been in line with that.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Your Worship.
Councillor Middleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of questions through the City Manager to Mr. Matthews in regards to overtime hours. The numbers that you were providing us in terms of, I think it was dollars or dollar impact, is that predicated on 1950 hours of a regular employee and then 1.5%, sorry, 1.5 times overtime for a city employee, 2.0 overtime for police, and then 3.0 or 3 times wages on statutory holidays. Is that what? Could you just give me some context on how that's identified?
So, Mayor, to Councillor Milton Hope. So the numbers I was providing, specifically if I think you're referring to inside the Treasury and Financial Services area for hours, those are specifically just hours of time. And most of those hours, or most of the percentage, are min hours, which are actually straight time, and anything above 112.5 hours in the year for an individual is, you're not allowed to bank it or take it off. So that would just mean it's, in essence, free. Free wages on it. There is some amount in here. If if there within that there is some QP hours inside of that as well, or union hours in that, and that would be here again. These are straight hours that we're providing, and here not doubled up hours that would be under that.
So it really doesn't capture what we're expending on overtime.
That is correct. From the point of view of a min, what you don't see on this in this regard is the amount of cost. It doesn't show up in the variance above that, because that's already included either in time off, or it's not paid overtime for the inside. That is.
So I think it would be valuable, certainly for council and this committee, to understand what the impact truly is. For example, if we take the police services as an example, as a result of staffing issues with them, they're generating, I think it's close to $1.6 million in overtime costs this year. It'd be interesting to see what kind of overtime costs are incurred by the corporation. And then equate that to how many people it would actually be required to offset those costs. That's the first comment that I have. The second is in regards to insured earnings. So how are insured earnings factored into our personnel? For example, if we know that an employee works 1,950 hours on average, a police constable works 2,080 hours, for every 2,080 hours or 1,950 hours that are worked, that we have insured earnings where we are paid by a third-party provider, those funds then come back into the corporation. So are we thinking in terms of how we can extrapolate that into positions and pay for it from that particular pool of money rather than from taxation?
So the mayor to Councillor Milton Hope. So I think some areas we do that, and I think one of the areas, and I'll turn it to Mr. Elliott here, and he can correct me if I'm wrong on what I'm about to say. So I know in some areas like police, fires, and potentially another example, and so forth, where they have those kind of components. Whereas in, say, other areas, it's not as large of a dollar value that you'd have on insured earnings coming back, so there really wouldn't be that much of an effect. But I will turn it over to Mr. Elliott to correct my ways if I'm wrong.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Milton Hope. And just for clarity, by insured earnings, are you talking income replacement for disability?
Yeah, so it could be WCB, it could be sickness and accident, yeah.
Okay, so those would be handled very differently. So as you would know with WCB, there is a component that is paid, the wages are replaced by WCB. When it comes to anything else, we're self-insured at the city, so the premiums that we pay and that the city pays on behalf of employees and the contributions that employees make, those are all funds used to replace income when somebody's off on a non-work related injury.
So when those funds are accrued, are we looking at them in terms of how many person hours there are per year and equating that to the number of people that we would need to pay them to be full-time employees versus on overtime or on insured earnings?
We certainly can. I would suggest that that's a dangerous model to fund employees based on replaced income. So even if it was WCB money coming in, if on average we were confident that we could hire 3 more people to offset those numbers, it's a risk. There's a risk associated to that, because if those WCB numbers improve, perhaps you might be overstaffed by 3.
Yeah. So as you're well aware, Mr. Elliott, I've done that in the past and it's been very successful. If you're examining it over the course of several years, what your average costs are, there can be some significant cost savings and improvements to your employee perspective or your employee picture. So it's something that I certainly encourage as a way of making some of those dollars stretch, because otherwise those dollars end up in BAUs and other areas where perhaps it could be better used. That's it. Thanks very much.
Right. With that, we'll move on to Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Matthews, for your presentation on this. Sort of to tie into Councillor Middleton Hope's questions then, give me an overall picture of what the long-term gains will be by funding these.
Through your mayor to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So some of the long-term, so I'll go back to each one of these ones because each one's a little bit differently in context. So asset management, for one thing, the really long-term side of that one here is making sure that we're actively managing our assets and we're not getting into what we're seeing in a number of different municipalities where we have an asset management or an asset deficit going on where we're not maintaining the assets to that criticality. That also goes into the asset management planning side, or the plan in itself, which ties into all of that. Plus that also, if we don't have adequate resources to maintain that, we can't actually, in some instances, gain grants. So the long-term strategy really is asset management and looking at the life cycle replacement, the condition analysis, understanding where our, like even operational decisions. One of the things for asset management, I brought up the snow example. So one of the things to keep in mind in there is they can actually tell in transportation whether they have the blade down and which routes they've done in the snow event, where they've been. And that's huge for the departments in understanding what areas still need to be going and helps in our service to customers and the community. Moving into the P2P side of the world, so that is now, a maturing of the organization in how we do things. So this one has a lot of pieces that I, inside of the business case there of looking at not only, the total cost of ownership of components that are in there, but it also looks at how we're looking at staff throughout the organization, and right now procurement is with lots of different people in the organization. Now we're centralizing that and we're trying to get that spend so that we get a better value of it and using standardized contracts and so forth. And I know Mr. Barley will jump in here and like, I don't know, I just put him on the spot, but I know he would jump in here. He's passionate about this area as well too. So I'll let it that, then I'll come back to TFS.
Sure, I have to make sure I'm paying attention. Actually, I'm quite passionate about both of these areas. So when we talk about, long-term financial planning and cost and so forth. So some of the areas on asset management, for instance, the dollar you don't spend on capital today becomes $2, $3, $4, and $5 on operating costs, and it results in more resources, more operating costs, impacts on the service level, and so forth. And you don't have to look very far to see some examples of this in the United States, for example, of dollars that they're severely behind in the trillions on infrastructure because they weren't investing on that side. And then on the procure-to-pay side, very similar thing, aggregating your spend under one umbrella, and I can see Mr. Kasker over there in the corner. He can come up and jump in if he wants. Is under one umbrella where there is consistency of what you're buying, which actually ties into operating costs, as opposed to trying to, if we're looking from a store, it has a lower total cost of ownership over the lifetime of the asset. So a lot of this really comes together, and there is huge opportunities here. So that's why I'm quite passionate about it. And if we don't spend the time talking about it, it is often misunderstood and swept under the carpet, and it ends up costing governments much more over the longer term. So that speaks to, as Mr. Matthews said, why I'm passionate about some of these areas.
Just finishing off then on, going back to your question, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, in regards to the Treasury and Financial Services. So a couple of things in that. One, no question about it that, currently we have a lot of capacity issues in regards to the amount of time and so forth for the work that we're providing. And there's more demand. So we know that within the organization there's a lot of demand for the skill sets that are coming from Treasury and Financial Services, both with general managers and also for council as well. So some of this is leading into that, and what you will see tomorrow, and as well, without going into too much here on it, but PwC will come in the operation review, and there's a whole kind of a model, a strategic plan around that, and how we work together. And these resources will enable us to do a lot of those things strategically, and frankly, when it comes to it, the long-range financial planning is a really important part. And unfortunately today we do a lot of transactional legislative requirements report, and we don't get as much time as we need to be focusing on that. And then that's something that council should be really wanting us to do, because that's looking out 3, 5, 10 years down the road of what's happening, and it ties into asset management, ties into the things on the procurement side as well too, and the rest of the organization.
Thank you very much, and I certainly appreciate your emphasis on the fact that this is a maturing organization, and we have to start long-term planning and looking at these things now. And you answered my next question, which was, how do these tie into tomorrow's presentation? So you've already answered that one. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Mr. Matthews, for your answers here to the questions that council has had. I don't see any further questions in the queue. So we will move on to the next initiative, which is 311, Budget Initiative N9. Mr. Hillier? Yeah. You're ready to roll. Thank you, Mr. Hillier.
I was just waiting for the slides to pop up. So thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me today to speak about Initiative N9, Omnichannel 311. Timing of this probably works out very well, as I was here last week to launch live chat for you. So again, this specific initiative, you can go next slide. This specific initiative is the addition of one new customer service specialist in 311 customer service, specific to our expansion into 311 live chat. Next slide. Again, the rationale behind that additional FTE is to maintain our existing service level for the community. As we talked about last week, right now we're at 89% of our interactions are answered within 30 seconds, and our target is 85%. And again, that specific objective was communicated to us a few years ago as we launched 311 with Council's desire to have citizens speak to a live agent in a timely fashion. So again, we are looking to maintain that level of service as we launch a new expanded channel for our service. Next slide. Again, dollar figures across the top are the wages associated with this specific individual. It is one permanent FTE. There is no impact to taxes, as this particular initiative is being funded through operations. And just to elaborate on that a little bit more, 311 is a service area similar to, as Treasurer Matthews indicated before, we take calls as well as live chat now for both utility funded as well as tax funded operations. So this is being funded through the administrative fee on the utility bills. And with that, I'm free to answer any questions you may have about this.
I do have questions. Councillor Dodick?
Yeah, excuse me, I'm just curious. The 2022 Ipsos Reid poll had a question about overall satisfaction with the 311 contact center, and it showed that total satisfied was 93%. Of that number, very satisfied was 78%, and somewhat satisfied was 15%. So I guess my question is, with that sort of satisfaction, coming from a reliable and statistically valid survey, why is there a need to expand the service, bearing in mind that 93% of the people are already satisfied with it?
Yeah, so again, we chose to expand into live chat. So this isn't necessarily an expansion on the telephone service. It is adding the new live chat service. And we've heard through various community feedback, including things like the Digital Transformation Master Plan, that live chat was a desired channel for the community. Again, we have expanded into that area, and as we expand into that, it's our desire to again maintain that above 85% of the I'll say interactions now, because it won't necessarily be calls as we're introducing live chat. Maintaining that above 85% so that we hopefully in the next Ipsos survey maintain the 93% satisfaction in our community, because I'd like to maintain that and not see that go down.
You've indicated, or there's an indication that citizens have indicated that live chat and other digital channels would be a desired addition to 311. Now, citizens is a plural. Do we have a number with respect to how many people? Like, there's a lot of things that are desired, a lot of wants. So in terms of numbers, are you able to tell me how many citizens have actually indicated the live chat?
I do not have those numbers with me today, but I can get those for you if you'd like.
And my final question is, I appreciate that you've indicated that operations are going to be funding this, but nevertheless, there is still a cost associated with this. It looks like $92,000 in 2023, all the way up to $98,000 in 2026. Do I read that correctly, Mr. Matthews?
My apologies, Councillor Dodick. Could you repeat that one there?
Sure. The indication was that this initiative is not tax supported. It's under the umbrella other funding, and in this case, it was indicated that operations, which would be other funding. So I see the numbers are still a direct cost. If this initiative were approved, starting at $92,000 in 2023, going up by $2,000 each year, ultimately ending up at $98,000 in 2026. Do I read that correctly?
That is correct. Yep.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your presentation and congratulations on your successes in the department. Mr. Lear, so what you're saying is people want the live chat and this is what they crave, for lack of a better term, and that's why an initiative like this is in front of us. Am I correct?
I think to answer your question, different people prefer different channels, hence why we have pursued a multi-channel strategy. So again, when 311 did launch, it was primarily at that point a telephone service. We've since expanded into City Hall, where we have cross-trained a number of individuals on the front counter to provide both cashiering, utilities, as well as 311 services there, and this is an expansion into the digital channel. So what it's looking at is recognizing that although you may prefer face-to-face, another individual may prefer telephone, another may prefer live chat, and we want to try to meet our citizens where they want to be met.
Perfect. And so my question, that would be a natural question for me, would be then, well, then if people would prefer to do live chat, wouldn't that take a bit of pressure off the telephone call?
Great question. And the answer is time. I guess time will tell. What we've heard from our colleagues. So we're not the first municipality that has engaged in live chat. What we have heard from others that are ahead of us on this journey is that typically, as you introduce some of the other channels, you actually end up picking up new customers or new callers. So again, that's not to say it won't. Lethbridge it will have its uniqueness, and as we move forward, time will tell exactly what that will look like. But what we've heard from others is that if you have 500 calls a day, as this matures, you're probably still going to have 500 calls a day. You're just going to have 200 live chats on top of that.
Perfect. And my next question to you is, obviously we offer like a gold level service at 311 when people call. I should read this few more, probably in your sheet here. Do people actually have to wait ever, or is it pretty much someone answering the phone?
I would love to tell you that people never had to wait, but there are, again, for this year, 89, right now we're at 89%. We do answer within that 30 seconds, which does mean people do have to wait. Again, when we launched 311, it was the desire of council at that time to have people not wait long. So, you know, this is not like dealing with other maybe government organizations where you're going to be in the queue for 30 minutes or 2 hours. That typically does not happen. But there definitely are times where you're waiting beyond that 30-second threshold.
I know there's a complete difference between calling 911. Of course, you don't want to be on hold. But 311 is like, hey, my garbage didn't get picked up. No one's answering for like 30 seconds. So if you didn't get this approved, if this wasn't approved, there may be, if things keep on growing, there could be a bit of a delay for people to get their answers from maybe 30 seconds to a minute or something like that, possibly.
That would be correct, yeah. So again, we can't decrease the number of calls we're taking. It would just be the wait time to have somebody speak with you.
Thank you very much.
Parker, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Oh, thank you. A question to Mr. Hillier. So 311 is requesting an increase of 1 FTE, is that correct? These wages that you've identified, or the amount, I think it is up to $98,000 by 2026, if I recall off the top of my head. Does this support, for example, the cost of doing business of that employee? So computers, everything else that's associated with it, that's not just wages. That's everything, including a space to work out of and equipment and everything else.
That is correct. That's the cost for that.
Very good. And I don't see the City Hall kiosk somewhere funded here. Is it, or is it being taken out of your existing budget?
It is being funded through my existing budget.
Okay, thanks very much.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rampol.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Hillier, for your presentation. When will we get sort of some first solid numbers back on how the live chat is going now that it's been officially launched and the public is aware of it?
Yeah, I mean, I can share with you, and again, very preliminary, 4.2% of our interactions last week were via live chat. Again, we'd like to see that number continue to grow as the communication and marketing campaign is launched this fall, but that's, I mean, those are 4 days worth of numbers, so very, very preliminary, but again, would be happy to share those in the future as we continue to mature.
Yep, thank you.
All right, I see no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Hillier. Appreciate all you're doing. And we'll move on to the next initiative, which is Information Technology and Digital Transformation Services, and that is Budget Initiative N10. And Mr. Butler, you're ready to go whenever we're ready, whenever you're ready to start.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. Next slide, please. Technology plays a key role in delivering public safety across our community. Through new initiative N10, or the Emergency Services IT Manager, I'm here to request an FTE that would enable the transition of an existing term position to a permanent position without requiring additional funding. A dedicated IT manager FTE is needed to provide the necessary planning, coordination, and support of the many systems that comprise the services delivered to our community and public safety. The transition of this FTE would also meet the needs of the Emergency 911 Act, the many CRTC policies, decisions, and orders, along with aligning to both the master plan and the business plans of Lethbridge Fire and Emergency Services. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is a new service for IT service and digital transformation as we work collaboratively with Lethbridge Fire and Emergency Services, along with the Public Safety Communications Center, the PSCC, as we follow a phased transition, moving services that have traditionally been provided by the Lethbridge Police Service, who has been the current technology provider for many years. Through this initiative, we will sustain our current capacity to maintain existing levels of service. Next slide, please. As indicated, not asking for any increase in tax dollars through this initiative, but we'll be using and desire to use the 911 grant funding program that is available, which currently funds the term position. And that's what I have for you this morning, or sorry, this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. I do have a question. I don't know if it's for Mr. City Manager's designate, Mr. Matthews, I would imagine. Oh, she's not here? All right. When I see these initiatives here, so this particular one here, even though it is not tax support, is for a grant, it's 1 FTE, and I see it's 188,775. I would take that is not just a wage, that is to set up this person in the role, or is that just wage?
That person is already here, so that would be the wage of the individual.
So the wage in 2026 is 201,315. That's wage and benefits. That's what that is. Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Parker. Sorry, Mr. Matthews?
I believe also it has some costs associated with other components of like network connections and so forth for that individual as well too.
ITD costs that are paid for each employee, yes.
Sorry, what was that again?
So interdepartmental charges, there's workstation fees and network fees that are paid for each employee. So they have access to the different systems that we provide.
So the breakdown, and just as a sidebar we were having here, it'd be interesting to know what is wage and what is other fees when this is broken down, because to me, when I see you want 1 FTE and mainly to the community out there, this person is $201,315 in 2026 for 1 FTE. The questions would be out there. So just how this is broken down, if it is, if the wage is 60% of that or 70% of that or whatever, I'd like to know that myself. I'm not sure if there's any others that would feel that same way, but I'd like to know that.
Yeah, so traditionally, we can get that information and so forth, but traditionally when we try to plan for employees, we try to have the full cost, that's training, you know, those network charges, computer charge, or anything ancillary to that employee that they will need to do their job. It's just not the wages. So I don't have that necessarily right in front of me, but
No, and I don't need that right away. I just, if that is the cost for an employee, then when I look through and see other initiatives of training, et cetera, there's dollars there. Would it be best to understand that we wouldn't see them anymore, that it's considered within the training person? We wouldn't see initiatives for training out there then?
I guess it depends on the nature of the initiative. So typically what we do is we take a look at the position and try to have as much of the cost associated with that. There could be other initiatives out there that are more of corporate in nature, that have training requirements that would go above necessarily the standard cost we would see for an employee.
Okay. And this grant, understanding is a grant, if it was not used for this, could it be used for something else?
Yeah, it's a much larger grant that is used in dispatching 911 requests. Okay. And obviously there's criteria of what it can be used for.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Deputy Mayor?
No, thank you. You kind of had half my question there. So the grant is a 911 grant, and does that come from the provincial government, or who does that come from?
I'd want to bring our good police chief who's sitting behind us, sorry, our fire chief who's with us as well, if maybe I could invite him to be here with me.
Running up as we speak, slowly. So my question is just that grant, and the reason why I asked the question, a little more context, so we have reliability on this grant, because obviously this is a 4-year funding envelope, so this isn't like a one-time, we know that we have this fund for at least 4 years?
Yeah, this is an annual grant that's provided to us for our 911 revenues. So from the cell phone grant perspective, and I think it's 35 cents per cell phone that's out there. And so we will reapply on that annually, but yes, we continue to get this grant funding as a 911 dispatch center.
Thank you. And so is there an expectation that this position be filled no matter what if we didn't have this grant from some governing body, or would we be offside if we did not have this position? How's that sound?
The grant is not specific on what positions it need. Let me rephrase that. The grant is specific on what it can fund, and positions are one of them to support the 911 center. So we would have to make sure that that money is spent to align with the recommendations or requirements set forth in that grant.
If we did not, okay, thank you for that, Mr. Adair, Chief Adair. If we didn't fund this and we didn't have this, what would be the risk to the corporation?
We might both take a stab at this one, but the risk to the corporation is public safety. This position is imperative to ensure that all of our systems, when we deal with public safety, are maintained and ready and able to respond and be nimble and responsive to those requirements going forward.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks to both of you, gentlemen. Did you want to add to that?
I just wanted to point out and clarify that this is a very specialized position due to the nature of the systems that this individual oversees and manages, such as access to CPEC data relative to our police service. These are very specialized positions, particularly this one that we're talking about, and the nature of their abilities and their experience.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick.
My question is to Mr. Matthews. Mr. Matthews, up until this point, when we were talking about other funding, the orange line on the two-page document, we've been talking about funding coming from city operations, whether utilities or whatever. So this is the first one that appears to be not city operations. There's about 6 more new initiatives that come after this one. And are there any others other than this one that has other funding which is not city operation funding source?
The simple answer to the question is yes, there is. Councillor Dodick, when you look at N26, fire and EMS resourcing, that one as well is coming from the contract at the top of my head. I'm not sure if there's other ones on that. I think that's probably the one that comes to mind right now.
Thank you very much.
I see no further questions from my colleagues. Not. Thank you very much, Chief, and thank you very much, Mr. Butler. Next, we have Opportunity Lethbridge, Slovak for Budget Initiative N11, N12, N13, and N14. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Hagan and members of Economic SPC. My name is Abby Slovak, and I'm the General Manager of Opportunity Lethbridge. I'm here today to present 4 operating budget initiatives on behalf of my department. Next slide, please. So the first is for Lethbridge Airport. A recent change to Transport Canada regulation requires the addition of 2 airfield maintenance specialists. These are the very important staff that take care of the airfield to ensure that aircraft can land. Prior to this regulation change, Lethbridge Airport utilized staff on an on-call basis if aircraft were required to land while no staff were on site, usually during the middle of the night. With this new regulation, on-call is no longer considered sufficient and the airport must be staffed 24/7. Next slide, please. So this will lead to an increase in service level at the airport, and it will ensure that we meet our regulatory requirements. It will bring the airport FTE count for AMS staff, so that airfield maintenance staff, from 4 to 6. Next slide, please. So this initiative, being offset by reduced overtime and on-call wages, will cost $156,400 in 2023 and up to $172,800 by 2026, and it will require 2 permanent FTEs. Next slide, please. The next initiative is for an event support program that would look to combine the major event support grant and the community event support grant while creating a medium-sized program, filling the gap of the missing middle. The initiative will focus on topping up funding based on historic demand while adding funding for medium-sized events. Next slide, please. So this will be an increased level of service. With all of the events being supported from our office, we will ensure that there is consistency between the grant programs, the application process, and that KPIs are tracked and reported on. Next slide, please. In 2019 to 2022, the City of Lethbridge funded events to a total of $146 million through existing programs. This is within the base budget. The major event support grant, though, has consistently been underfunded, with an average additional funding of $50,000 per year being approved by one-time requests to Council. This program would see an increase of $185,000 annually to support events in the community, small, medium, and large-scaled, and includes the addition of a 0.5 non-permanent staff member to administer the program. The total pot for event grants would increase from $365,000 annually to $550,000 annually. Next slide, please. The next initiative is for a Business Improvement Area Support Grant, or BIA grant, which would create a matching grant based on 50% of the district's total levy to support BIAs in creating and maintaining economically and prosperous commercial districts. This would support the existing downtown BRZ by stabilizing funding provided by the city. This differs from the current approach of the BRZ applying for funding for individual initiatives. Funding will be provided upfront through a fee-for-service agreement with 4-year certainty to align better with their strategic plans, and will allow for enhanced accountability, clear outcomes, and performance management considerations. This initiative would also provide an incentive for the pending Warehouse District BIA to successfully form and hit the ground running in their own revitalization efforts, equitable to the downtown. This work is in alignment with the Heart of Our City Master Plan and the recently completed Strategic Action Plan. Next slide, please. And so this is just really a change in service delivery for the existing BRZ, and then an increased level of service for the newly forming BIA. Next slide, please. This initiative would cost $142,000 in 2023 and up to $162,000 by 2026. And there are no additional FTEs required to do this work. Next slide, please. The final initiative is for the creation of an economic and development-based incentives fund. As you know, we've had a number of development-based grants in the downtown and throughout the city that have been very successful. This includes the Urban Core Property Improvement Grant, the Urban Core Housing Grant, Targeted Redevelopment Incentive, the Business Improvement Loan, Crime Prevention through Environmental Design, but this will be discussed separately in Initiative C11.1, Industrial Municipal Tax Program, and the citywide support for temporary outdoor seating. The funds in these existing programs are drying up. This initiative will allocate $1 million annually with a dedicated 0.5 non-permanent staff member to administer the programs. It will also provide the flexibility to create new targeted incentives geared toward council priorities, such as physician recruitment, agri-food development, and brownfield remediation. If approved, the individual programs, policies, and fund allocation will be brought forward to council in Q1 of 2023 for approval. Next slide, please. We have seen great success, and this initiative would allow us to continue to support the community with new and improved programs. Next slide, please. So to wrap up, we are seeking just over $1 million annually for this initiative and a 0.5 non-permanent staff member to administer the programs. Thank you.
And I do not see any questions in the queue. Are there any questions for my colleagues? Seeing none, I guess that is it. Thank you very much, Ms. Slovak. Next, we have Mr. Richter from Parks and Cemeteries, Read Budget Initiatives N15, 16, and 17. Mr. Richter.
Good afternoon, members of Economic Standing Policy Committee. I'm Blair Richter, and I'm here to present the 3 budget initiatives for Parks and Cemeteries for the 2023 to 2026 operating budget. Next slide, please. N15, Parkland Growth and Capacity Impacts. This initiative is to request additional resources in order to maintain existing service levels in parks. With the recent operating budget reductions and the anticipated growth over the next 4 years, Parks does not have enough staff to maintain existing service levels. Parks also continues to receive increases in the number of service requests year after year. These service requests pull staff away from planned maintenance activities, which further compounds the problem and places staff in a perpetual state of playing catch-up. This initiative will not only provide additional staff, but will extend seasonal working dates for staff to more effectively deliver service. Next slide. The service areas and parks operations impacted by this initiative are maintenance, pest management, chemical application, and shrub bed maintenance. Next slide. This slide describes the current level of service for each of the operational service areas and where these additional resources will be allocated. It also provides a bit of context around the large areas of parkland that we maintain and the number of assets the staff have to service on a yearly basis. This additional funding will provide the following: earlier seasonal start time for some staff, which will enable staff to perform cleanup activities sooner and reduce the amount of catch-up they'll have to do once the growing season begins. It will also enable staff to shift the focus to planned maintenance activities, but also provide the flexibility to be reactive when needed. It will also extend some of our chemical application staff so they can perform pre-emergent spraying in the fall. Next slide. The intent of this slide is to provide some performance measures to show how Lethbridge compares to other municipalities in maintaining our parks. The Parks Department has been involved in a national municipal benchmarking initiative for several years called Yardstick. The most recent report shows that the City of Lethbridge maintains a significantly larger area of parkland compared to our competitors, and that's the graph on the left, and the graph on the right shows that we are more financially efficient at maintaining them. Next slide, please. Here are the additional funds we are requesting, which translates to 10 non-permanent full-time employee equivalents, and the overall average annual budget impact on taxation is 0.1%. Next slide. N16, median spraying. So this initiative is requesting additional funds to enhance an existing service level for chemical application to traffic medians as a regularly planned maintenance activity. Current service levels for median spraying is to apply chemical as needed. The funding will enable our staff to apply 3 treatments of chemical per year to all of the medians, which will reduce the number of weeds and enhance the beauty of these highly visible assets. Next slide. So this initiative would enable staff to apply chemical to the 3.6 hectares of median planting beds and the 23 hectares of concrete medians 3 times per year. Next slide. And let's go one more as well. So here are the additional funds we're requesting, which translates to 1 non-permanent FTE equivalent, and the overall average annual budget impact on taxation is 0.02%. Next slide, please. N17, Perpetual Care Fund for Cemeteries. This is a long-term investment strategy to support cemetery maintenance in perpetuity. Essentially, as time goes on, the cemetery gets larger, but the active area remains relatively the same. Essentially, our revenues will begin to shrink over time. A fund is recommended to be set up that is derived from setting aside a portion of plot sales as well as infusion of tax support. Over time, the interest generated from the fund will eventually be large enough to support the cemetery maintenance ongoing. This is a best practice for cemeteries. It is currently legislated for private cemeteries in Alberta, although not mandated for municipal-owned cemeteries, but other municipalities are currently doing this best practice. Next slide. Let's go to the next slide again. There's no change in service level. And let's go one more slide, please. So we are requesting a $500,000 contribution from tax to begin in 2026 for the initial seed investment for the fund. The overall average annual budget impact on taxation is 0.07%. This concludes my presentation. I would welcome any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Richter. I do not see any questions in the queue. It seems like all of the questions are being answered with the presentation, so I'll give one last chance if there's any of my colleagues have questions. Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. We will now move on to Transportation Budget Initiatives N18 and N19. Mr. Jewell, whenever you're ready, you can start.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, and welcome to members of council as well. Darwin Jewell, Transportation General Manager. Today I'm here to ask for and justify 2 FTE positions, this is 18 and 19, within the Transportation Administration Group. Next slide, please. The first position is a traffic signal and lighting technician, And this is the person that retimes traffic signals and manages projects for our about 200 plus traffic signals, which also includes 13 rail signals that we operate and are regulated by Alberta Transportation. We also have about 13,000 streetlights. The transportation group manages those streetlights. I'm not sure if you remember in 2014, 15, we converted all of those to LED power. And right now, we just do operating maintenance and pay the power costs. Within this position, I'm going to compare it to the traffic signals area. The last 3 operating budgets, we had increased from 3 to 6 traffic signal electricians. These are the gentlemen that maintain the traffic signals. But at the same time, and over the last 15 years, we've maintained our existing traffic signal system and streetlight system with one engineer that manages everything. And now is the time to increase our traffic signal system engineering capabilities. Next slide, please. The growth in this area has been extremely high as well. I'm going to compare it to the growth of our road network, which is very comparable to what Mr. Matthews said. Our assessment value increased at 1.2%, 1.1%. The historical road growth has been between 1.5 and 1.2% over the last 8 years, and it's slowing down. But the last 8 years, our traffic signals have been up 42%. That's more than 5% per year traffic signal growth. So we've got growth within our operating budget to maintain them, but we've had zero growth for our engineering capabilities in the administration area. And we just cannot meet our service levels for traffic signal retimings or special projects like communication systems or dimming projects with our streetlight system. Next slide, please. This initiative will allow us to maintain our current level of service. So this is one of those initiatives that Mr. Matthews showed as a growth, as a initiative for maintaining level of service, but it's required to be an initiative because it's an FTE position. If we don't have this position, the current level of service will just drop relative to retimings. Yes, traffic signals will still operate, street lights will still go on, but they will not operate as efficiently, as effectively as possible. Next slide, please. So this initiative represents approximately $125,000 salary plus all carrying costs with that position. And this position isn't planned to be hired until 2024. I'm a huge benchmarking fan, so I'm going to give you some benchmarks for other comparable cities with a similar population of Lethbridge and also a similar size of traffic signal network. Comparison of cities our size with the same traffic signal system, they have between 2 and 6 traffic signal engineers or technicians. And also the comparator that I use here now is the Institute of Traffic Signal Engineers, ITE, recommends between 2 and 3 traffic signal engineers for a city of our size and our size of traffic signal network. Next slide, please. So that's it for that one position. Now this is a new position. This, I'm not sure if this is shown as an enhancement of service level or a new service level. Mr. Matthews I'm not sure where it's categorized, but it's one of those 2 categories because we don't have a position for any traffic safety improvements. However, we all do it as part of our side of our desk projects, issues. The Traffic Signal Engineer Coordinator, I'm going to mention in June of 2021, previous City Council approved the Transportation Safety Plan. Within that plan, we had a recommendation for a dedicated resource to implement our Vision Zero goals, and that was a dedicated position just focused on traffic safety improvements and creating a program for that. traffic safety is always a sensitive topic for anyone to talk about. The truth is, Lethbridge, even though it's an overall very safe city, we've averaged over about a 6-year time frame over 25 fatalities and major injuries within the city per year. And this is just simply too high. The trend goes up and down. However, we like to use a 5-year average because it stabilizes it, and our trend over the last 10 years, averaging it over a 5-year period, has been constantly increasing. Next slide, please. So I want to identify that most North American cities of, I'm going to say over 100,000 population, but there's nothing magical about 100,000 population. Most North American cities have either a dedicated department or a dedicated position that focuses primarily on accident injury reduction or Vision Zero targets. Within your package, I used Oslo, Norway as an example because it's a great example. I'm going to call them the poster child of how to do a Vision Zero implementation. Oslo, Norway, population 600,000. Somewhere between Lethbridge and Calgary population. They've made tremendous improvements from 41 traffic deaths since 1976 down to 1 in 2019. That doesn't happen by accident, pardon the pun, but it's because they've put in a tremendous amount of effort, resources into improving traffic safety. Another example, they went from a high of 121 fatalities and major injuries in 2015, that's where they peaked, down to 34 in 2019. And I have to use Lethbridge as an example. In 2020, the city of Lethbridge had 31 fatalities and major injuries. Oslo, Norway, 34, population 600,000. So to me, we've got a lot of improvement to do, but we need dedicated resources to put programs together to implement those changes. Next slide, please. So dedicated resources are required in this new or enhanced service level. And that's mainly to make our Vision Zero targets the ability to work and implement some of these recommendations. I'm going to give you an example because it's not $130 million of overall cost, that's society cost, and that's in the transportation safety plan. But a 5% reduction over the next 20 years, to make a 5% reduction work, we would be translating 5% to save $6.5 million in societal costs. That's the cost of an accident, the cost of a death, the cost of a physical damaged vehicle. So basically $6.5 million saved, and the position itself, if we can go to the next slide, please. The position itself is $150,000, and that includes all carrying costs. To me, the great investment, return on your investment of in initiating programs, it takes resources, effort to initiate programs. Other than that position, there's really no budget ask because we have adequate budget within our capital program, C5, $1.3 million a year. That's how we would start to implement some of those projects. First, we need to, where do we focus on our projects? So with that, I'll stop and let you ask any questions.
And it looks like we do not have any questions in the queue, Mr. Jewell. So one last chance for my colleagues. Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Jewell. Appreciate your presentation. Next, we'll move on to Transit Budget Initiative N25. Mr. Sanderson, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon, Council. Thank you for receiving our request for addressing the increased access ride demand need. The purpose of this initiative, again, is to meet the increases in demand for this service. We're not looking at necessarily providing more service, but keeping with the similar service standards that we have been providing and were providing pre-COVID as well. This initiative addresses the continued trend of increasing the demand for accessible transportation within the community. This is also a finding of the age-friendly Lethbridge study from 2020 as well, where was outlined the growth of seniors and persons with disabilities as well. Currently, we do struggle to meet demand for access ride services, but we are meeting the level of metrics that we anticipate, which would be 30 denials a month. I'm sorry, could I get the next slide, please? So one of the issues with this also is for those with disabilities, especially those who require mobility aids such as a wheelchair, Access-a-Ride is the only transportation service in their community. What we're finding again as persons with disabilities are becoming more independent in the community and as seniors are aging, it is putting a strain on the resources that we are allocated towards providing that transportation service. Next slide, please. The two target metrics that we're taking a look at are the denial rate, which again is currently 30 denials per month. Our target is 0 denials, although that has not been attainable. Our pre-COVID level was 30 denials per month on average, and we anticipate really keeping that at that same level as well. What we consider a denial, again, is if somebody requests a trip and we're unable to provide it. We also, instead of just targeting at 0 and not being concerned about efficiency, we have our second efficiency metric, which is to improve from 2.5 customers per revenue hour to 2.7 customers per hour, which is a realistic performance metric for a city this size and with this geography. Next slide, please. Now, as far as the actual cost of this go, there are a number of different ways for us to address these, capacity, and it may or may not result in hiring people or even needing these dollars when they come up. Again, we're not necessarily looking for blankets, but we are looking to put this as a page mark for those times when we are not meeting our performance standards for a prolonged period of time in order to put more resources into the system at a certain time. So these are really just benchmarks anticipated based upon our current budgets, but really would represent the maximum exposure that we would have. Next slide, please. And that's it. I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and oh my goodness, apparently all of the presentations are not bringing up any questions because I do not see any in my queue. Mr. Sands, thank you very much for your presentation. And we will move on to the next initiative, N26, Fire and Emergency Services. And who will be presented that? Chief Adair. You can start when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Next slide, please. Today I'm here to talk to you about a fire and EMS resourcing initiative. In this initiative, I'm looking for your support to hire 13 additional firefighters to aid in fire suppression. The reason I'm before you here today is currently we run a system or integrated model where our EMS units support in fire suppression. But as we're finding over the last number of years, our EMS units are no longer available because they are so busy on EMS calls to aid in fire suppression. So we have to look at adding additional fire resources to ensure we can create an effective fire response force to ensure we have adequate staffing on scene to take care of whatever emergency is in front of us. Next slide, please. As you can see in this slide, there's just a number of reasons why our EMS units are so busy and tied up. As you can see, since 2015, we've seen an increase of 20% in our long-distance transfers Our EMS units are on long-distance transfers outside of the city 20% more than they used to be. We are also responding to emergencies outside of the city at an increase of 58% since 2015. From there, we've seen an EMS call volume increase of 47%. That 47% equates to roughly about an 8.3% increase annually. We're also relocating our ambulances outside of the city to respond to communities when these communities don't have EMS resources because they're committed to other events. And in 2021, when we lost EMS dispatch out of our PSCC, we lost our situational awareness of where our EMS units are. In addition to that, AHS has not added any EMS resources into the system since 2015. Next slide, please. So why are we here today, and what are we looking for? Well, we're looking to enhance our our fire suppression side of Lethbridge Fire and Emergency Services. And what goal are we trying to achieve by doing that? Well, our goal is to ensure that we have an effective response force. Historically, we've had a force, our service has provided a 3-person fire apparatus with a 2-person ambulance, and they would respond to fire events within the city. That would create us a 5-person effective fire response to action that emergency. As you saw from previous slides, our EMS units are no longer available or have limited availability to aid in fire suppression, and therefore our fire apparatus are showing up on scene with 3-person fire apparatus. As you can see, our service level performance is we're going to respond with an effective fire response force 10 minutes, 90% of the time. The challenge we're facing is an effective fire response force means a minimum of 4 individuals on a fire apparatus to create an effective fire response force. Historically, we were able to meet that with our 3 on a fire apparatus and 2 on an ambulance. But because our ambulance is now tied up on EMS work, we're no longer able to create an effective fire response force. I can tell you from a statistical standpoint, our first arriving unit in 2021, fire unit, is responding in 8.5 minutes to those fire emergencies. However, our second unit isn't arriving until nearly 16 minutes. What does that mean on scene? Well, when that first arriving unit arrives with 3-person on a fire apparatus, they cannot engage in internal fire operations. They cannot engage in rescue activities because they do not have an effective fire response force of 4 individuals or more. So in this initiative, we are seeking 13 FTEs to ensure we can have that effective fire response force and action these fires within that 10 minutes, 90% of the time, as is set forth in our service level target performance. Next slide, please. This is just a quick overview, and as you can see in this graph, this is just the increased EMS workload we are experiencing. And the high bar graph is identifying in 2015, 629 long-distance transfers were completed. That number in 2021 is 881. Next slide, please. This is our medical incident event call volume. In 2015, you can see we had 13,807 EMS calls. In 2021, we had 20,332. Again, that's a rough increase of 8.3% annually. We do project in 2022 our EMS call volumes will exceed 22,000 EMS calls, and therefore that's why we're coming forward with this initiative to enhance our fire manning. Next slide, please. What we're asking for is, from a budgeting perspective, we're looking to hire 4 additional fire personnel in 2023, 4 additional fire personnel in 2024, 5 additional fire personnel in 2025. That would bring up the total to the 13 permanent firefighters. This would create an effective fire response force at each and every one of our stations. From a tax-based perspective, we are currently we'll be starting negotiations with Alberta Health Services, and we're seeking the fund for these 13 FTEs in that current contract with Alberta Health Services going forward, so there would be no increased tax pressure for these 13 FTEs. Questions?
You have a couple of questions. I know I have, to start off with, these positions, these 13 permanent FTEs, This is due in part to the changes with the integrated fire EMS, correct, on a provincial level? And what we had, the issues that we had within our community and farming out and AHS taking over, et cetera, that's a big part of this, would you say? Or would we still require this if we didn't go through some of those changes?
I'll try to answer that, and if I don't hit it, please ask again. The challenges we're facing, yes, are the provincial EMS pressures that, again, we're seeing on a provincial front, where our EMS resources are being used more today than they ever have been. And if we reflect back to our system, we have an integrated model that has a requirement of our EMS resources to aid in fire suppression. But because they're so busy on EMS work, they're no longer there to be able to help us on our fire suppression activities, which is the requirement why we need to change going forward.
Absolutely. That's answered my question perfectly. Thank you very much. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. Chief, earlier this year, you came before us and requested funding for 8 members.
Correct.
Is this these 13, or is this in addition to the 8 members that you've already acquired this year?
That is correct. The plan that we had started with, that 8 individuals, was transitioning to that effective fire response force that I speak of. Now, that was the first step of that. We needed 21 individuals to achieve that effective fire response force and not have to rely on our EMS resources. So we hired 8. The 13 remaining is what I'm in front of you here today, which will be a total of 21 individuals.
Okay, so funding that has already been provided, that's funding now that will be ongoing to manage those 8. You called them a specific type of position.
So the funding for those positions, those are type O positions that we hired, and the funding that for those 8 positions, we came up with that funding out of our insured operating expenses. So those 8 positions also were not tax supported or required tax support to move forward with those.
Good, thank you very much. What happens, Chief, if we lose the EMS contract? So we've got the 8 who are O-level positions or O-classified positions. What happens if we lose that contract? How does that affect the fire service and your ability to provide services to the city, plus your employees? What happens to them?
So we're actually we will be starting negotiations with Alberta Health Services probably in mid-November, because our expiry date on that contract is March 31st, 2023. Right. I would suggest I'm very optimistic we will be able to come up with a deal with Alberta Health Services. There is an appetite to work collaboratively and create partnerships moving forward. So my feeling today is that we will be able to secure a long-term contract with Alberta Health Services going forward. Should we not be able to secure that EMS contract, we would have to look at our resourcing and alter it accordingly. If we were only looking at a fire service, that would mean an adjustment in our staffing levels for sure.
Would it then be likely that members of the fire service, and I think the number that I recall is 33, that would be in jeopardy, those members would then be assisted in finding employment with Alberta Health Services to deliver that service going forward?
Yeah, if we had to cross that bridge, and like I say, I hope we don't have to. The number of...
I'd just actually like to stop here. We're going outside of communication we should actually have within this meeting and what your report is here for this initiative. So if that's something it would be, if we're talking staffing, except that this would be something in a closed session.
So, fair enough. It's just asking the chief to provide some insights, because some of this has been provided in the public previously, the 8 members before, and simply asking a question about, so what happens if, I think is helpful, and I think the chief's discussions and his comments are very helpful to me in terms of whether or not I can support this initiative.
If there's anything more to, without getting into, again, into employee or... I think the only thing that I would add here is we would do everything within our power to
take care of our people the best way we could.
Good. I would expect that. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Okay, next, if there's any further questions? If not, thank you very much, Chief Adair. Appreciate all you do, and with you and your team to keep our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and we will return to finish up the last two initiatives. All right, we will carry on there. And we will move on to the next initiative, N27, Recreation and Culture. And, sorry? Yes. Start off there. You're good to go.
Good afternoon, Mayor Higgin and members of the Economic SPC. My name is Robin Harper. I'm the General Manager of Recreation and Culture. I'm here today to present an initiative for one FTE position for the Natural Leaders Project at the Helen Schuler Nature Center. This program can best be described as an environmental or a sustainability education program. The Natural Leaders Project is a long-standing program with an established history of successful delivery. It's well utilized, widely recognized, and is very well respected. It has been offered in its current delivery model since 2015, but overall funding for the program started in 2008. Starting in 2008, the Helen Schuler Nature Center received a generous ongoing grant support by a Canadian charitable foundation. Their goals, or one of their goals, was to be a catalyst for change that benefits Canadians. This provided a unique opportunity for the Helen Schuler Nature Center in that it provided the Nature Center with the resources, time, and space to innovate, to test different delivery models, to build a program that now has a proven track record with proven results and established community relationships. Since 2008, more than $965,000 has been invested in our community by this foundation. Starting in 2008, though, the strategic direction of the foundation began to change, and as of this year, funding support for the program has ended. An exhaustive search for other operational grants has occurred, and there are none that are currently available to support the ongoing delivery of the program. Next slide, please. This initiative is about maintaining the city's operational capacity to deliver both public-facing and internal-facing sustainability, education, and outreach activities. The NLP program supports many of the other city departments in developing education materials and resources. It's a cross-collaborative effort, and education efforts expands the audience reach and the return on investment. The NLP delivers internal environmental and sustainable education training to city staff. More than 550 employees have participated since 2018, and over time this program is building a network of natural leaders in our organization as well as in the community. What sets this program apart is that it is delivered as an immersive experience. Participants are involved in the program over a longer period of time, often a year or more. It builds upon itself through multiple points of contact and is supported by community partners. As a result, the number of people participating each year may seem lower, but the quality of the impacts or the results from participation is larger. Each year, there's more than 600 people are direct participants and 5,000 direct participants since 2015. About 3/4 of those participants are youth aged 10 to 15. That audience was the grant funders' priority. The Natural Leaders Program can and has been applied to other audiences, as in the example of the city's professional development Natural Leaders Program stream. More than 30 community partners work with us in delivery of the program. The program's tagline is Learn, Care, Act, Share. And as part of that, action projects are initiated or expanded on each year. In this way, a broader section of the community benefits from the program. Some examples of projects are the community garden and food forests at École de Vérangerie, waste diversion initiatives that have resulted in 5,600 kilograms or more than 12,000 pounds of e-waste diverted, and the Pollinator Cafe project, which was successfully piloted in Lethbridge downtown this summer. The Nature Center is currently working with the Friends of the Helen Schuler Nature Center Society on a corporate fundraising initiative with an ask to the business community. The campaign may generate a level of support that would assist with program costs, but this initiative is needed to provide a stable funding source for the program moving forward. The Natural Leaders Program initiative supports multiple outcomes in the municipal development plan and could play an important role in supporting City Council's 2022 Council Action Plan as corporate environmental sustainability priorities are established. So our ask basically is for a one position on an ongoing basis. The first year would be 100,000 and slightly increasing each year as we move through the budget cycle. This position was completely funded, grant funded previously, but as mentioned, the grant funding no longer exists, so we're looking at ongoing funding to support this position.
Thank you for that, and appreciate the presentation, Mr. Harper. A couple of questions I have is, you said it was grant funded previously, and how many years was that then?
The grant funding started in 2008.
2008.
The position was a .75 position initially, and in 2014, 2015 transitioned to a full-time position, but it's been grant funded since 2008.
So the change, have we heard why it was? Do they not find it beneficial?
They found it beneficial, but their priorities have changed as a corporation, as a foundation.
As the foundation, so not as...
Foundation.
So this is grant funded from...
The Weston Foundation was the one that
So they
provided
pivoted
funding.
in and they're doing funding elsewhere, so we can get grants elsewhere. It's just not with this particular...
Not with this program, yes.
Okay. And the second question I have is, there's over, you said 500 employees that have been trained down there with, and I'm just curious to know, as I go back to a question that I had here previously of training is included in this wage, because I would imagine that this one person here at 2026 making $103,000 includes training, et cetera, as it would for any of the other positions or
Yes.
any other staff that we have on payroll. If that training is included in there, maybe this is a question for Mr. City Manager's designate, could not all these departments, we have 500 employees, pay something, because there's obviously training in each of these departments, and this is something that's beneficial. Could we not do something like that rather than have this as because we're already included, training is part of each of these employees, their FTE.
I'm looking to Mr. Elliott here, if he has any thoughts on that, or?
There could be options to take a look at how this ties into our general talent management practices as it relates to employee training. It doesn't take away from the merit of the initiative itself to have staff at the Nature Center that are actually leading the program. So that would be the differentiation I'd point out.
And that's fine. They could put the dollars in to having that FTE, but there's how many different departments that we have within the organization. If part of that is training, and it sounds like from what I've heard from Mr. Harper that we're 500 employees and it's highly beneficial, could we not internally have these different departments put in to fund this particular position? It's just a thought that I had. So, and that could be something we looked into when our...
My apologies, we're actually speaking amongst ourselves. In some contexts, there is some general things that could be used by multiple areas, but then there are some more specific nuances with each area. Mr. Matthews, if you want to weigh in on that, it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Is what
So, yeah, and I would agree with the city manager in that there is a possibility. I think where you're going, Mayor Higgin, is there a possibility of pulling out some of these training dollars, put them in a separate initiative, having that and going it, to a larger pool or a pool of training dollars, which we do have, we classify, like overall in a program called talent management. So that could be, but I think also what Mr. Barley is referring to as well, sometimes within these areas, they're very specific training, on it, so it wouldn't always be the case. I guess what I'm saying is the talent manager is a lot of corporate training, a lot of standard training across the whole organization, whereas there is times where there is specific training, whether it's for fire or for, I won't bring in police, I guess, but other areas that'd be very specific to the area that wouldn't be part of a corporate total. So it could be done that way, as like what you're suggesting, but it would be the kind of the nature of the initiative.
Thank you. I do not see any further questions in the queue. So with that, thank you very much, Mr. Harper. Appreciate your presentation and for answering these questions.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll move on to Initiative N28 and N29 from Regulatory Services. Mr. Enns, and you can start whenever you're ready.
Next slide, please. Yes, Your Worship and members of the committee. N28 is one of two initiatives to continue funding in the amount of $10,000 per year, same level of funding that we currently have, to mitigate the cat feral problem. This funding goes to the Animal Welfare Committee, who then distributes the funding for the following services. First off, any rescue group or individual can apply to the committee for money to set up a new-found feral cat colony. This would include sterilizing the colony, providing a set of vaccines, and ear tipping. Secondly, money is used to purchase food and support targeted colonies. And finally, there's also funds available for emergency vet care for feral cats in a managed colony. So this has to go through our Animal Welfare Committee. Currently, I believe there's 7 colonies outstanding. And in addition to compassionate reasons, the benefits the city gets from this is that the animal shelter, that these particular feral cats are steered away from the animal shelter, and which they bring disease to the animal shelter, and they're also very difficult to adopt, a feral cat. So this does help the animal shelter deal with the feral cats out in the community. We have committed volunteers that run this trap, neuter, and release program for us and manage the feral cats, and this is $10,000 a year funding that is handed or granted to them by this committee to look after these feral cat colonies. Next slide, please. Next slide as well, please. Let's move to N29. There we go. Thank you. Now, this initiative is also, money is granted through the Animal Welfare Committee as well. This initiative provides funding to animal rescue groups in the community by way of a grant application. Funding as well for this one is $10,000 a year with a 4-year period. It continues the initiative that is currently happening. And this is non-vet funding. It's food supplies, litter supplies, operational funding for different rescue groups. Now, while this is not a great deal of money, it does help these rescue groups who are relying on fundraising, and it also shows the rescue groups that we are their partners in solving stray animal problem in the community. As our department has control of the animal shelter, we work closely with the different rescue groups and assist each other in terms of helping each other in terms of adoptions and stuff like that, and this does help out some of these groups that are reliant basically just on fundraising. So these are the two initiatives that I'm bringing forward. It's funding for the Animal Welfare Committee and to use for, to give to animal rescue groups and to mitigate the feral cat population. Willing to have any questions now if you would.
Friends, I do have a question about the, so this is continuing forward from what was N81 previously?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me. Was it the same thing, 10,000? I thought for some reason it was 5,000. Was it 10,000 at that time?
Yes, it was. It's the exact same amount of funding. It's 10,000 for each. So yeah, the two initiatives together are 20,000 a year for the Animal Welfare Committee, and that's what we've had over the last budget period.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Any further questions from my colleagues? Oh. City Treasurer.
Just on these two initiatives, the one thing I'll bring up here and is going to Mayor Higgin, your question in regards to last time. So both these initiatives last time for these were one-time funding. So that's the reason why these have come out. Now they're on, what we're trying to achieve now is getting them to be ongoing funding. So it kind of goes back to that discussion this morning, having an ongoing issue that, and using one-time funds for it. So this is correcting that in the future, and we would have it ongoing inside the base budget. If these
MRSR that just went to the committee and came from MRSR for that 40,000 for the 4 years. Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thanks, Mr. Reddens, for the information. My question was similar to Mayor Higgins. When we first started this program, it was the same dollar amount. I wonder what the uptake is and how speedily those dollars are expended. I know that for the feral cat colony management and the trap, neuter, spay and release program, I got lots of calls early on in this from folks in the industrial area who wanted to take part of it, and so I'm wondering if this is enough dollars for this program, because I know it does have a beneficial impact on our community and our shelter as well. So I'm wondering if the 10K is sufficient, and is it being well utilized?
Yes, to the chair, to Councillor Carlson. Given the information I have from the committee, I don't believe there is an overwhelming demand for extra funds. I'm looking at the expended funds for these two initiatives over the last few years. There was during COVID, obviously in 2020, only $11,000 of this was expended. Now we got the funds or the programs going again, and people will be able to get out in the community and such. 2021, 18,000, and 2022, 19,000. So there hasn't, and these have to be brought forward by members of the community to request the funding and the like. And yes, the committee does review different funding and decides whether or not someone that follows the managed program and whether they're eligible for funding and the like. But from the numbers I've been given, there doesn't seem to be an overwhelming amount more than the $20,000 that we need.
Excellent. I knew I got many calls early into the program, but they seem to have tapered off, so I wasn't sure if we had established enough colonies or if the money just ran out. So
Yes.
Thank you for that.
But as well, having said that, I believe these programs are very good programs, and I think the volunteers do a lot of unpaid work and to help this community with the stray animal problem. So I think it's well spent money in this particular regard.
Excellent. And do we know what the savings may be to the shelter for the, I'll say, diverting the feral cats away from that? Because I know that we're always packed with cats at the shelter. So are we seeing any savings?
I don't have exact numbers of that, but yes, I mean, especially if we brought a feral cat in, was unadoptable, then, you know, it'd be us to deal with the veterinarian costs and everything else. So that I believe that I would submit that yes, we do save a number of dollars when it comes to veterinarian care, because that would be our duty to take care of it. And but I don't have those numbers for you. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. Thank you for these two initiatives that you brought forward. But based on various conversations, presentations, discussions since the spring, yours was one of the departments I was expecting to bring an initiative forward for increased funding for staffing, and you brought in two of the lowest initiatives on the books. Are you sure?
Yes, there's also going to be a council initiative that originally we had set forward, and now it's changed somewhat, and that council initiative will be coming forward to deal with some staffing and pressure issues in our department.
Okay, so it will be covered. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgins.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. I see no further questions in the queue, so that takes the initiatives for the day. And thank you very much, Mr. Enns. Appreciate your presentation. And with that, I do have a resolution for 2023 to 2026 draft operating budget from Councillor Palladino. Be it resolved that administration presentations on budget initiatives be referred to the November Economic Standing Policy Committee 2023 to 2026 operating budget deliberations for consideration. And it's, so I'll pass it on to yourself, Councillor Palladino.
Unless there are any questions by other councillors here, I would call for the vote.
I see no questions. Take that as your opening and closing debate.
That's it.
All right. All questions been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries. And we do have a submission, and it is 6.1 operating budget, what we have heard. Be it resolved that the operating budget, what we have heard, report be received and filed. And if there's any questions on that, at 6.1, from Ms. Grindle, Communications and Engagement Reopening Budget. Is there any questions?
I have a question. Did not we, under our procedure bylaw, say receive and file doesn't exist anymore? We now adopt as information? Because receive and file.
Report be received for information?
Yes.
Not
Receive and
hand
file
filed.
means absolutely nothing.
Okay. We can change that. I don't think there's any concern there. So receive. Oh. Receive for information. Be received for information. All right. And I will take that as your opening, and I see there's no other debate. Would you like to close, Councillor Croson?
So this is received for information, but thank you to Ms. Grindle and her department for putting it together. For my colleagues as well as the public, there is the community survey, communication material, the Get Involved Lethbridge report, and the budget allocator report. So we went out and did quite a bit of community engagement, and you will see for the last 3 budget years, 2019 to 2022, 2021, 2022, and this one, we have gone up significantly in the number of people who have given responses involved with those 4 different areas of getting engaged. So we have, and again, there can be duplication, we have over 5,000 people who have commented on the budget through various ways. So there's a lot of information in there that gives a sense of where the public is at. Like so much of the time with the public, about half want us to increase taxes and half would like us to decrease taxes. But the information is there, and I encourage everybody to read it, and I'll call the question.
With that, the question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That's what carries. Thank you very much. That concludes for today. Now, I did want to make sure that my colleagues know that we are back in here tomorrow morning again at 9:30. We'll let administration know too, so we can have some questions to ask. So you'll be here as well, I take it. So 9:30 tomorrow morning, but with that, we are adjourned. Thank you. Oh, just one second.
EDL tomorrow.
We'll be leaving early from EDL, yeah. With that, we are adjourned.